a written list, including job titles and any professional qualifications you wish to be recorded on the decision letter. I will now take names of interested parties that wish to speak. This inquiry is being live streamed, but there is no facility for those people watching on the live stream to take part. So what I will do is I'll take names of those people that are in the room that wish to speak. So could you indicate now if you wish to speak at the inquiry? Gentleman there, sir.
Matthew Jagger, resident of Great Houghton.
Could you give me your surname again, please?
Jaggard, Jaggard.
And your address is?
It's High Street, Great Houghton.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Okay. If anybody changes their mind and wishes to speak at a appropriate stage of the inquiry, I would ask you to give your name and address at that stage. And I would remind people who wish to speak that I don't need to hear the same evidence twice, as it's not an effective use of the inquiry time. And I would also like to remind people that I've read all the representations that have been received in relation to the planning application and the appeal. In terms of the timings of today and the rest of the week, I plan to break for lunch between 12 and 1, with short breaks in the morning and the afternoon, so there should be 4 sessions a day. I will aim to finish around 5 o'clock and no later than 5:30. I believe this room is needed at 5:30 today, so we will perhaps need to finish a little bit early for that. The inquiry is scheduled to last for 4 days, and on subsequent days I proposed to start each day at 9:30. Could everybody note the position of the witness table, which is directly in front of me? This is where I will hear the evidence from the various witnesses that have been referred to by the advocates. In terms of recording and filming, does anybody intend to record or film the event today? And could I ask the council, the live stream, is that being recorded?
It is, yes. Which is currently there's a slight glitch at the moment. But that
Okay. And how long will that be kept for after the event?
Well, sorry, it's streamed live to YouTube.
It's streamed live, but it's not recorded? No. No, okay, good. So does anybody intend to record it or... No, okay. I've received copies of the council's notification letters, both of the appeal and of the inquiry. I have representation. We held a case management call on the 13th of September through Teams, and there were representatives of the appellant and the council. This was held to discuss the process for the inquiry, and the merits of the appeal were not discussed. The conference call covered matters related to who would be appearing at the inquiry, agreed the main issues for the inquiry, agreed how the evidence would be dealt with, agreed the timetable for the submission of documents, including conditions and planning obligations, arrangements for preparing and making available a core document list for the inquiry, and agreeing the sitting times for the inquiry and the running order. As I say, the merits of the case were not discussed. This has already been referred to, but I'll just make sure that people are clear. I've already just received and read proofs of evidence from the following. The landscape evidence, this is the council, landscape evidence from Stephen Wadsworth, the heritage evidence from Adam Partington, and the planning evidence from Sandra Ford. From the appellant's point of view, I've received the landscape evidence from Timothy Jackson, the heritage evidence from Rob Bourne, the planning evidence from Jonathan Kirby, the commercial evidence from Christopher Drummond, and the employment evidence from Colin Robinson. I've also received an addendum to Sandra Ford's proof of evidence and 2 rebuttal proofs of evidence from Colin Robinson in relation to the employment land and provision, and Christopher Drummond in relation to the commercial need for employment floor space. Finally, I've received an addendum to the council's landscape proof, which corrects some errors made in the numbering of the documents. I can confirm I've read all the proofs of evidence, and I would expect them to be taken largely as read. Can the council confirm that the proofs of evidence and the core documents are now on the council's website so people can access them?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I also asked at the CMC for hard copies of the inquiry documents to be available in the inquiry room and there at the back of the room if people you need to refer to them when the evidence is being given. In terms of procedure, I shall follow the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. That's the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspectors Inquiry Procedure Rules England Rules 2000.
It has a habit of moving off.
Okay, fine. How far did I get before it switched off?
I could still hear you, but not.
Okay. I'll carry on. The inquiry will be conducted on a topic basis. I will hear evidence regarding the character and appearance of the area first, followed by the heritage evidence, followed by the evidence related to employment and commercial benefits of the proposal, and finally the planning evidence. To just outline for the parties, when I've conducted these opening remarks, I would invite the appellant and the council to each make a brief opening statement, which should be no longer than 10 to 15 minutes. This will help everyone understand the main arguments. I will then hear from those who have indicated they wish to speak at the inquiry, including any local residents, because you may have other things you want to do today, so I will take you early in the proceedings. I would advise that those who speak will normally be expected to answer questions on their evidence from the opposing advocate, and I might also have some questions as well. As agreed during the case conference call, the main issues relating to the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, the effect of the proposal on heritage assets in the area, the appropriateness or otherwise of the location for the proposed development, having regard to the policies of the development plan, and the benefits of the development in terms of employment and employment land supply will be dealt with through formal presentation of evidence and cross-examination. In the presentation of formal evidence, I will ask council to present their evidence first, so everybody can hear their objections to the proposal. We will hear evidence on each of the main issue in turn, with the council going first each time. The appellant's... Sorry, I'll watch that. The appellant's advocate will have the opportunity to cross-examine each of the council's witnesses, and the council's advocate may put some questions in re-examination. I will then ask the appellant to present their evidence in the same way. That is, evidence, cross-examination by the council, and re-examination by the appellant. I will indicate when local residents and others who have indicated they wish to speak and who oppose the proposal will be able to ask questions of the appellant's witnesses. I will generally ask questions I have during evidence in chief or before re-examination. When all of the main issues have been dealt with, I will hear discussion on the planning conditions and planning obligations. I would stress this is standard procedure and it does not indicate I've made my mind upon the case. Just to confirm, the list of conditions that I've had in the last sort of week or so, is that the most up-to-date one?
Certainly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Whilst I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application for award of costs, this should be done before the close of the inquiry. In addition, I have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made. And if I were to do this, I would follow the written process with relevant parties after the appeal is issued. I will then hear closing submissions from the council and the appellant. I would appreciate it if I could receive these closing submissions in writing. I'd like to confirm I've already visited the site on my own and I'm familiar with it and its surroundings. However, I will be making a site visit at some point towards the end of the inquiry, depending upon the timings. At this point in the inquiry, it will have been closed, and the site visit will be solely for me to see the site and its surroundings. It might be that an unaccompanied site visit is appropriate in this case, and I would be grateful for the parties to give this option some thought. If an unaccompanied site visit is deemed to be appropriate, what I would like is a map showing me the points where the parties would like me to view the site from.
Yes, just a few points, sir. The first is a practical one in relation to the end time tonight and I'm afraid tomorrow night as well. I think as you've already been told by the council, there's another meeting in this room at 5:30 today and tomorrow. We will need to remove all of the inquiry documents from the room in order to facilitate that meeting. So the council will assist you with that, but everyone can put the documents in their own room for overnight, but I'm afraid that will need to be done. In terms of the site visit, Mr. Goatley and I have had a discussion this morning. I think the first point is that the parties would wish you to go on an accompanied site visit. There's obviously an issue about daylight, given the time of year, and there's also an issue about the length of time that the site visit will take, given that there's quite an extensive public rights of way network around the site. So our preliminary suggestion is that we might do the site visit first thing tomorrow morning, accompanied by the landscape and heritage witnesses. That would mean that there'd be no issue as to daylight. It obviously may be helpful for you, sir, to see the site again on an accompanied visit whilst you are hearing the landscape and heritage evidence. And we think it probably would take 3 hours. It's about 10 minutes drive from here to there, and in terms of the walking route, that's the current estimate. There is a route map that the council have prepared, which we need to share with the appellant, but I would hope by the end of today we would have an agreed route for you, sir. I don't know if Mr. Goatley has anything to add.
Thank you for that. So that very much reflects what we had discussed a little earlier. The reason for this is that there are a variety of viewpoints and views that have been cited. We've also looked at the weather as well as the otherwise lighter time, and weather for tomorrow looks propitious. That is a forecast, that comes from the BBC, so I'm not going to say more about that, but it looks as good as probably we're going to get. So in your hands as to what time you'd like to start that particular site visit. Clearly can't be before 8, it may well be sometime after 8 o'clock, and the 3-hour envelope that Learned Friends spoke of, that was in order to allow you and others to get there, to carry out the site visit in a sensible order and to be able to get back again. So the 3-hour period was in order to encompass that rather than a 3-hour site visit in itself, just to make that clear. So it struck us that was probably the most effective use of time. I recognise there was a site visit put in for Friday as to timings. There's another issue on timings we would like to come back to you on in respect of that, but it seems that that would, subject obviously to your views, but that's our suggestion as to how that might be most effectively dealt with, including the availability of all personnel that might be able to point things out to you.
Thank you both for that. I think it's sensible to carry out the site visit early in the proceedings, simply because, having read the evidence, there is a lot of evidence around the visual impact of the proposal and where it can be viewed from. So I'm very much in agreement with a site visit early on in the proceedings, and tomorrow, if the weather is good, then that sounds great. There's just two things that I would want to say about it. One is the route map is really important, and the second thing is before we decide a time, we need a point to meet, which can obviously accommodate the amount of cars that people would want to take. So shall we deal with that point first? Where would an appropriate point to meet where we could park?
So I say this without my learned friend having seen the route map that the council's put together, but the suggestion at the moment from the council's perspective is that the meeting point is at Lakeside, which has ample parking, I think, in the Premier Inn, or there's a public house next to that as well.
And so there's no problem with parking there, and in terms of duration or CCTV cameras, anything like that? Because obviously
I've not encountered it up to now, sir, I can say that, but that doesn't mean to say that that's any guide to the future, but I think it's unlikely there'll be a problem. Okay,
so the meeting point would be Lakeside Premier Inn car park. In terms of timing, I mean, I wouldn't mind sticking to the my start time for tomorrow and say 9:30 meeting. But obviously I'll get people's comments on that. Could I get the council's comments on that first?
That sounds absolutely fine.
Fine to us, sir.
Okay. So in order then to sort of just summarise the discussion we've just had, we'll carry out the site visit tomorrow. It'll take 3 hours. That includes travelling there and travelling back in. We'll meet at 9:30 at the car park of the Premier Inn at Lakeside. And by the end of today, a route map will be supplied as well.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Assuming it can be agreed, but I see no reason why it shouldn't be.
Thank you. That then brings me on in my introduction to the matters of timing. And obviously, in terms of timing, we've got a site visit scheduled in draft for Friday afternoon. Now, Mr. Goatley, you said you had another issue to do with timing, so we'll deal with that first.
In one
Yeah.
sense, it dovetails, thank you, sir, very neatly with the matter that you've just raised. Part of the reason for our concern, both the council and ourselves, is that recent opportunities for site visits in the afternoon, and we saw that understandably it was put in at 2:30 on the Friday. That was likely to mean head torches for the purposes of concluding matters, which is probably not optimal for the matters in question. So in one sense, what that means is that element will drop out of that particular part of the process. The second aspect, which again dovetails with that, comes to the matters of closings. At the moment, the closings are set for really after site visit on Friday afternoon. I realise that the extremely helpful timetable that you've set out, and obviously taking account of the timing information that the learned friend and myself have provided to you, gives a pretty good programme as to how we may do it over the course of the week. But our suggestion, in order to make sure that you are provided with written closings that are hopefully most helpful to you, would be to make use of what I think has been identified as a reserve day now for, I think, the 30th of November, which is to be dealt with, as I say, as a virtual hearing, so not requiring personal attendance. And what that would then allow is perhaps with a little less instant concern as to the clock during the course of the remaining 4 days, is to be able to get all of the business done, which my learned friend and I are pretty confident that there shouldn't be any difficulty with that. But when you're starting to then try and have to fit in closings and the work that the parties need to do for that, that then becomes a little more concertinaed. So it seems to us, subject to your views, sir, that if one proceeds on that basis of concluding evidence and other matters this week with a closing to be carried out virtually next week, that would probably be the most efficacious way of dealing with the business before us.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. Ms. Lane, is that
Yes,
your understanding as well?
That is the basis of the discussion we had this morning,
Thank
and I
you.
support that.
And certainly I've been involved in some email correspondence with through the inspectorate about having the closings virtually next week. The problem I have is, since we suggested the 30th, I can't do early on the 30th. So I have suggested, and I think it wasn't passed on because I said I'd discuss it at the inquiry, doing 11 o'clock on the 30th rather than 10. That's my issue rather than anybody else's. You know.
So for our part, that causes no difficulty at all.
Okay, so if we said we do closings at 11 o'clock on November the 30th virtually, in terms of the council, are there any issues with hosting a virtual event over Teams?
No, I'm told there's no issues with that
Okay.
next week.
Okay, well in that case, we will do the closings on the 30th of November virtually, starting at 11 o'clock. And if the council then can send around the link to access that meeting, that would be useful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that deals with timings as far as I'm concerned. Unless there's any other comments on the draft timings I've already circulated. Okay, thank you very much for that. Just moving on, I've nearly finished this now, but I just need to tidy up a few of the other things. In terms of documents and plans, the plans I have are a parameter plan, drawing number 11102 revision 0, an illustrative site layout drawing number 18 18-221-F008-001 revision N. And there's also a reference in submitted plans to a site plan number 18-221-P003. Now, what I'd like to do is to confirm that these are the plans upon which the council made its decision.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. In terms of documents, all documents and evidence should now have been provided. However, if you intend to submit any other evidence, I would ask is why the material is relevant, why it's not been received in accordance with the timetable that was set at the case management conference, and what exceptional circumstances are there now. I'd also seek the views of other parties. Have they seen the material, and would an adjournment be necessary? So are there any other documents that anybody intends to submit at this stage?
So there's one which my learned friend and me, having discussed this a little earlier, we think it's already in the evidence before you somewhere, but we can't precisely tell you where at this stage. It's an aerial photograph in black and white, which shows the site at the time that it was still an active quarry, and it's in order to provide at least an understanding as to its antecedents. I think it is somewhere before you, but it's there for the purposes of being rather more as a ready reckoner. I provided copies to my learned friend in advance. It's a single plan looking like that, sir, if that's agreeable to you.
That's fine, if you're going to provide it to me and the council have it already. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I've got it, and actually it is in the Orion Heritage Assessment from May 2021, which says that it's an aerial photograph from 1996.
Just to be clear, I will reference this as inquiry document 1 anyway, and that will be the numbering convention I'll use during the inquiry. So I'll start this as inquiry document 1, and the rest will run in sequence, and I'll also reference them in the decision as well. In terms of main issues and other matters.
Sorry, just on documents, sorry to interrupt you, from the council's perspective, it's not anything new, but I wanted to check in terms of the photomontages and viewpoints associated with the landscape and visual impact assessment. Do you have those in A3 at the moment, or only in A4?
I only have them on screen. Yeah, I have a copy of the documents there, but I only got those this morning. So
okay,
yeah.
so you.
He has A3 copies behind
Fine.
him.
Okay, I'm told you've got A3
so
behind
in that case
you.
I have, yeah.
Good. Okay. The council, those documents are intended to be viewed in A1, and so the council hasn't yet, but will prepare some A1 copies for you to take away. But it's nothing new. It's just the same documents.
Yeah. Mr. Goatley, are you content with that?
I'm entirely content with that. So, just as a brief overview, it's the photo montages. The essentials for the photo montages is that ideally, if held up by you or the viewer, you'd be able to get effectively the same view effectively there and behind, and that's the reason why they are to a particular size and scale. So it's we've certainly got absolutely no objection to that, because that correctly reflects that approach. Often, if you're on site, A1, even in the most clement conditions in this country, can be a little challenging for the purposes of taking around, but nonetheless, for you to have those to take away in A1 may be of assistance to you. So yes, we're happy with that.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of the main issues, I've referred to these earlier, but I'll just clarify the main issues for people watching and listening at the end of the room. The first one is whether the site is appropriate for the proposed development outside an established industrial area, having regard to the policies of the development plan. The second one is the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area. And the third is the effect of the proposed development on the heritage assets, including the setting of the conservation areas of Little and Great Houghton and the listed buildings within them, in particular Grade 2 star listed churches. Has anybody got any comments on the main issue and your answer if necessary? Please ensure that everyone can hear your response. I'd urge direct and concise answers to questions. If you don't know an answer, say so, and if you don't understand the question, ask for clarification rather than trying to answer what you think was asked. it helps for the smooth running of the inquiry. And again, with our advocates, I would ask you to be to brevity in your submissions and get to the point quickly, and to be courteous with any local residents. I've got a piece on the site visit. There's no need to cover that because we've already covered it, and I've also mentioned costs. But that concludes my opening remarks. Are there any questions about the procedures or other matters before we start? Okay, in that case, can I ask the council to open their evidence? Thank you.
So, sir, by means of introduction, the appeal proposal seeks to introduce industrial built development into a distinct landscape of open agricultural fields in a sensitive location within the setting of Great Houghton and Little Houghton conservation areas and two Grade 2-star churches, St Mary's Great Houghton and St Mary's Little Houghton. The permission sought by the appellant is an outline with all matters reserved except access for up to 24,000 square metres of employment land in use classes EG, B2 and B8, thank you, with new vehicular access, associated parking, highway infrastructure and other ancillary works. The Council's case is that the appeal proposal fails to accord with the requirements of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, the Northampton Local Plan Part 2 and the Great Houghton Neighbourhood Development Plan. The scheme is in conflict with the development plan overall, and that conflict is not outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. The proposal was considered by the Council's Planning Committee on the 12th of December of last year with a recommendation for approval. However, members judged that the proposal was unacceptable and determined to refuse it. The two reasons for refusal are summarised as follows. The development is proposed on a greenfield site and would have a detrimental impact on local landscape character through the erosion of the openness that currently exists between the principal urban area of Northampton and the villages of Great Houghton and Little Houghton, and would represent a substantial encroachment into a visually exposed landscape where harm to the character and visual amenity of the area could not be mitigated to an acceptable degree. Second reason for refusal, the proposed development would result in the loss of open land that contributes towards the semi-rural setting of the villages of Great Houghton and Little Houghton. The loss of open land, combined with the scale of development proposed and the proximity of the site to these villages, would result in harm to the setting of the village's conservation areas and the listed buildings contained therein. This harm would not be outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. Reason for refusal 1 identifies policy conflict with Save Policies E9 and E20 of the 1997 Northampton Local Plan, Policy BN5 of the Joint Core Strategy, Policies GH, NDP 1, 3 and 6 of the Neighbourhood Development Plan, and Policy 2 of the then emerging Northampton Local Plan Part 2, as well as the MPPF. In the light of the adoption of the Local Plan Part 2 in March of this year, it's agreed that the 1997 local plan policies have been superseded and carry no weight in the decision-making process. In the adopted Local Plan Part 2, Policy 2 is now Policy Q1. Reason for refusal 2 identifies policy conflict with Policies BN5 and S11 of the Joint Core Strategy, GHNDP 1, 2 and 6 of the Neighbourhood Development Plan, Policies 2 and 31 of the then emerging Local Plan Part 2, and Policies HE1, H5 and H6 of the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2, as well as the MPPF. In the adopted Part 2 Local Plan, Policy 31 is now ENV6. As the Council explained in its statement of case, the reference to Policy S11 is a typographical error in the decision notice. The accurate policy reference is Policy S10, and specifically Criterion 1, which states that development will protect, conserve and enhance the natural and built environment and heritage assets and their settings. The references to Policies H5 and H6 in the South Northamptonshire Local Plan are also typographical errors, No such policies exist in that plan, and the accurate references are to policies HE5 and HE6. In respect of the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2, heritage policies, in respect of the South Northants Local Plan Part 2 heritage policies referred to in reason for refusal 2, the Council accepts that those policies do not form part of the development plan applicable to the appeal site. However, given that the appeal proposal would adversely affect 2 heritage assets within the former South Northants boundary, Little Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Little Houghton, the Council's position is that the policies that seek to protect those assets should constitute a material consideration in the determination of this appeal. Although not advanced as a reason for refusal, the Council's case is that the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land that would be occasioned by the scheme represents a policy conflict with policy R2 of the core strategy and a material consideration that weighs against the proposal in the planning balance. The issues that arise from the reasons for refusal will be addressed by the evidence of 3 expert witnesses on behalf of the Council. Stephen Wadsworth of Briarwood Landscape Architecture will address matters of landscape, including the impact of the proposal on landscape character and visual effects. Adam Partington of Marins will provide evidence in respect of heritage. Sandra Ford of Marins will provide evidence on matters of planning and the overall planning balance. The matters agreed between the Council and the appellant are set out in the Planning, Highways and Ecology Statement of Common Ground. These opening submissions provide an overview of the Council's case, and they are structured having regard to your identification, sir, of the main issues as follows, which I won't read out. Turning then to the main issues, the principle of development. As the evidence of Ms Ford will explain, the appeal site is not allocated for employment development within the adopted development plan. Notwithstanding this, both the Joint Core Strategy and the Local Plan Part 2 provide conditional support for windfall employment development through policy S4 of the Joint Core Strategy and E3 of the Local Plan, respectively. The question of whether the proposed development is acceptable in principle as a windfall site therefore falls to be considered on the basis of the conditions imposed by these policies. Policy S4 sets out that both housing and employment need will primarily be met within Northampton's existing urban area and at the sustainable urban extensions within the Northampton-related development boundary, and the site is not within the urban area or a sustainable urban extension. And that additional development to meet Northampton's needs will be supported, but only if it meets the vision, objectives and policies of the Joint Core Strategy. The Council's case is that the appeal proposal results in conflict with Policy S4 because it will not meet policies of the Joint Core Strategy, specifically Policy BN5, S10 and R2 in respect of landscape, heritage and best and most versatile agricultural land matters, but that moreover it will not meet the vision or objectives of the Joint Core Strategy, which seek to contribute positively to West Northamptonshire's economy, but also deliver development that achieves a high quality design, which takes account of local character and heritage, and which seeks to conserve and, where possible, enhance heritage assets and their settings. Similar to Policy S4, Policy EC3 of the Local Plan does not provide unconditional support for windfall employment development. Rather, it requires, amongst other matters, the proposal to be consistent with other relevant policies in this plan and other development plan documents, and to demonstrate that the proposal can be carried out without causing harm to adjoining land uses and occupiers, where potential impacts on the surrounding areas are required to cover matters such as impacts on the natural environment and heritage and non-designated heritage assets. As Ms Ford will explain, the Local Plan Part 2 seeks to ensure that Northampton's needs are met in such a way as to not adversely impact on its built and natural environment assets. The policy conflicts that the Council has identified in respect of built and natural environment assets, both in the Local Plan and other development plan documents, demonstrate that the principle of development is not in this instance acceptable. Turning then to the effect of the appeal proposal on the character and appearance of the area with regard to landscape and visual effects. As Mr Wadsworth will explain, the appeal proposal will represent a significant encroachment and intrusion of industrial scale built form into an area of landscape characterised by its openness and visual sensitivity, which cannot be effectively assimilated into the existing landscape without causing unacceptable harm to the rural character and fabric of the appeal site and wider landscape. The proposal would result in significant adverse effects on the agricultural and pastoral nature of the site and permanent negative impacts on the topography and hedgerows that help to characterise the site, as well as the local settlement pattern and existing pattern of fields. Mitigation planting would itself be incongruous and could not adequately compensate for the loss of openness. With regard to visual effects, Mr Wadsworth will explain the noticeable adverse effect that the proposal would have on many publicly accessible views afforded by the public highway on Bedford Road and the extensive public rights-of-way network within the immediate area surrounding the appeal site. This will have an unacceptable adverse effect on the visual amenity of those passing through the landscape on both Bedford Road and on recreational paths on that public rights-of-way network. The appeal proposal would also remove the visual separation that currently exists between the principal urban area of Northampton and Great Houghton, and the visual perception of Great Houghton as a distinct and separate settlement would be significantly adversely affected. The appeal proposal would result in unacceptable harm to the rural character and fabric of the landscape and the visual enjoyment of the countryside. As Ms Ford will explain, having regard to the harm and policy conflicts identified by Mr Wadsworth, significant negative weight should be attributed to these matters in the planning balance. Turning then to the effect of the appeal proposal on the significance of designated heritage assets. As the evidence of Mr Partington will explain, the appeal proposal would result in less than substantial harm at the middle level of the range to the Great Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Great Houghton, and less than substantial harm at the lower end of the range to the Little Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Little Houghton. In respect of the Great Houghton Conservation Area, Mr Partington will explain the middle level less than substantial harm that would be caused to the ability to appreciate the significance of the conservation area within its setting as a consequence of the significant erosion of a core part of the conservation area's significance as a village detached from Northampton, the erosion of valued views of the conservation area from the northwest, the erosion of views of the two Houghton villages in tandem, and the further cumulative erosion of valued views of the conservation area from the north and east when seen in conjunction with the Brackmills estate. In relation to St Mary's Great Houghton, the scale of less than substantial harm to the ability to appreciate the significance of the church is also at the middle level due to the loss or erosion of valued views of the church from the northwest and the erosion of valued views from the north and east and the cumulative impact with the Brackmills estate, and the loss of prominence enjoyed by the church in its landscape setting that would arise. As for the Little Houghton Conservation Area, the proposal would bring about less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale to the ability to appreciate the significance of the area within its setting as a result of the reduction of views of the conservation area from the west, the erosion of views of the two Houghton villages in tandem, and the cumulative impact on the character of the views looking out to the west from the conservation area as a consequence of the Brackmills estate seen in conjunction with the proposal. In respect of St Mary's Little Houghton, Mr Partington will explain that the harm will be at the lower end of the less than substantial scale, having regard to the impact that the proposal will have on the ability to appreciate the significance of the church within its setting from the west. Great weight should be given to the conservation of a designated heritage asset, and the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. Harm to designated heritage assets that engages Section 66 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act requires considerable importance and weight to be attached to that harm and results in a strong statutory presumption against the grant of planning permission. As the evidence of Ms Ford will explain, significant weight should be attributed to the heritage harm in this case, the strong statutory presumption applies, and the public benefits do not outweigh the harm caused by the appeal proposal. The appeal proposal is further contrary to relevant policies in the Joint Core Strategy, Local Plan Part 2 and the Neighbourhood Development Plan, as well as the NPPF. It would also conflict with the relevant heritage policies of the South North Ants Local Plan, which should be taken into account as a material consideration. Turning to the continuing need for employment land, there is no dispute between the parties that there is a continuing need for the delivery of employment land within the Northampton and wider West Northamptonshire area, and that there's demand for industrial development of the size proposed in this appeal. The Council is not calling employment or commercial need evidence in this appeal. The sole employment-related development plan target is the minimum jobs target in Policy S7 of the Joint Core Strategy. The minimum target of 28,500 net additional jobs by 2029 has, according to the latest ONS data, not yet been met, but the Council is on track to do so. Ms Ford attributes significant positive weight to the contribution that would be made by the appeal proposal to the provision of new jobs. There is no adopted development plan policy seeking the delivery of a particular quantum of employment floor space, either generally or with specific regard to the use classes that would be delivered by this scheme. The 2021 Housing and Economic Needs Assessment, prepared as part of the evidence base for the emerging West Northamptonshire Joint Local Plan, suggested that there would be a shortfall of 47.6 hectares across all unit sizes across West Northamptonshire between 2020 to 2050, and 23.2 hectares in Northampton specifically, and that should be for industrial land that would need to be planned for through the new local plan process. The Council is in the process of updating the HINA to reflect a reduced plan timeline to 2041. The new HINA will also update the evidence base to 2023 and respond to consultee comments made in respect of the 2021 HINA. The technical work to prepare that new HINA is ongoing. The specific level of need for additional employment land up to 2041 that will inform the strategy of and allocations in the local plan will be identified in the updated HINA, which will take account of demand and pipeline supply. Ultimately, the HINA and the plan that it informs will be tested through the examination public process for the new local plan when that takes. The specific level of employment need up to 2041, having regard to demand and supply, is not a matter that can be resolved by you, sir, and the evidence of Mr Drummond and Mr Robinson must be viewed in this context. In terms of the planning balance, dealing first with the public benefits, it's common ground that the appeal proposal will deliver public benefits, although the nature and significance of those benefits are matters in dispute. The inspector will need to consider the extent and significance of the benefits weighed against the identified policy conflict and harm in both the heritage and the overall planning balance exercises. The parties have agreed a number of public benefits of the appeal proposal, which are set out in the planning statement of common ground. The Council notes that Mr Kirby has identified a number of further purported benefits in his written evidence. The extent to which particular features of the proposal would deliver public benefits and the weight to be attributed to them will be considered in oral evidence. Whether the public benefits would outweigh any harm identified in reaching the heritage balance. In this case, less than substantial harm would be caused to 4 designated heritage assets, including 2 assets of the highest significance. The Section 66 duty, which applies in respect of the 2 churches, means that there's a strong presumption against the grant of planning permission and that the harm to these assets must attract considerable importance and weight, amplified in this case due to the importance of the 2 assets affected. Paragraph 202 of the NPPF identifies that less than substantial harm to identified heritage assets must be weighed against the public benefits of development proposals. The Council's case is that the public benefits do not outweigh the impact of the appeal proposal. Whether the appeal proposals are overall in accordance with the development plan, the appeal proposal is in conflict with a number of policies of the Joint Core Strategy, Local Plan Part 2 and the Neighbourhood Development Plan. In the light of the number and range of policy conflicts, the appeal proposal is in conflict with the development plan when considered as a whole. Whether material considerations indicate that permission should nonetheless be granted, the appeal must be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Having regard to the harm that the appeal proposal would cause arising from its landscape impacts, heritage impact and impact on best and most versatile land, the benefits that would be delivered by the appeal proposal do not outweigh the identified harms. And in conclusion, for the reasons summarised and set out more fully in the written proofs of evidence, it will be the Council's case that the appeal should be dismissed and planning permission refused. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Mr. Goatley for the appellant.
So I've inferred that Learned Friends' opening will be ID2 and mine will be ID3 for the purposes of your numbering scheme. So this is an appeal by Duncan Investments Limited against the decision of the Council to refuse outline planning permission all matters reserved except access for the development, the details of which have already been set out more than once. So I'll skip that. I think we know what the appeal scheme is. Land North Bedford Road Northampton. appeal site, which in total extends to some 20.22 hectares. Thank you very much. Off the subs bench, if only England could have done that last night. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can never get too many microphones. Although the built component of the development only comprises 7.13 hectares, the site is located immediately to the north of Bedford Road, the A428, and adjacent to the Brackmills Industrial Estate. So you'll have seen what the position is there, and doubtless you'll see again in terms of the site visit and what is said about what there is or isn't by way of adjacency to that. It's within the Northampton-related development area and adjoins the principal urban area of Northampton. The NRDA and the PUAN are identified in the development plan as the primary locations in which Northampton's employment needs will be met. Accordingly, while the site has not been allocated for employment use in the Local Plan Part 2 Policy EC2, the site is an eminently sensible location for employment development. The focus of this appeal is in many ways quite narrow. The essence of the case is then really about whether the appeal site is suitable for windfall employment development, whether unacceptable landscape harm resulting conflict with the development plan arises from the built form between the PUAN and the villages of Great Houghton and Little Houghton, and whether unacceptable heritage harm and resulting conflict with the development plan arises from the built form in the setting of the known heritage assets. In that context, the parties will adduce evidence with regard to the development plan and other material considerations that fall to be considered. This will include whether or not the appeal scheme complies with NLP 2 Policy EC3, the Joint Core Strategy Policy S4, and the development plan as a whole. Much is agreed between the parties. Importantly, the Council accepts there's a shortfall of B2 and B8 land of all sizes across West Northamptonshire between 2020 and 2050, and there's an ongoing need for the release of new employment land to meet demand. The appeal scheme would contribute towards the delivery of B2 and B8 land, and the appeal scheme would realise a substantial number of significant additional employment and economic benefits. These issues are dealt with in the evidence before the inquiry, and we touch on them briefly in these opening submissions. The principle of development. Northampton is considered from a logistics and manufacturing perspective to form part of the wider Golden Triangle, which offers the ability to reach around 90% of the UK population. The appeal site itself is easily accessible by car, foot and cycle paths from the town centre, as well as the town's largest residential areas. The site adjoins the PUAN and it is therefore agreed the appeal scheme accords with Joint Core Strategy Policy S1, dealing with distribution of development. The appeal site has not been allocated for employment use in NLP 2 Policy EC2 on employment allocations. Nonetheless, Policy EC3 of the same plan, supporting new employment developments and schemes outside safeguarded sites, is supportive of windfall employment development on sites that have been comprehensively assessed as being suitable for employment purposes and are consistent with the vision, objectives and policies of the development plan. The Joint Core Strategy Policy S4 is similarly supportive of additional development within the NRDA where it meets the vision, objectives and policies of the Joint Core Strategy. The appeal site was assessed as being an acceptable windfall employment development during the application process. Officers found the scheme would provide a mixture of employment uses across the site, which would provide a range of employment opportunities and help to support a balanced economy. It is estimated the site could support around 279 full-time equivalent jobs once it is operational, and would make a positive contribution towards the job requirement for West Northamptonshire area as set out in Policy S7 of the Joint Core Strategy. And secondly, the inclusion of a proportion of research and development and light industrial use on the site would diversify employment opportunities and help to support a balanced and mixed economy consistent with the vision, objectives and policies of the Joint Core Strategy. So you will be assisted in that assessment by Mr Robinson and Mr Drummond. Mr Robinson will provide a summary of the direct and indirect economic benefits of the appeal scheme and the need for employment land in the former Northampton Borough and West Northamptonshire Unitary Authority. Mr Drummond will give evidence in relation to the existing B2, B8 land supply, the delivery of B2 and B8 land through allocated sites, and the current and likely future market demand for B2 and B8 floor space, especially in the mid-box and multi-let market of such significance to the SME, that's the small and medium enterprise market. The appellant will establish that the level of unmet need for B2 and B8 land and the subsequent scale of the shortfall identified in the Council's economic evidence base have been significantly underestimated. The appellant will also establish that the deliverable supply of B2 and B8 land is significantly lower than the supply of pipeline development sites and the forward supply of allocated sites. In those circumstances, and in view of its prime location, the appellant will submit the appeal site is highly suitable for employment purposes. The appellant will further demonstrate the appeal scheme is consistent with the vision, objectives and policies of the development plan. Sandra Ford, on behalf of the Council, accepts the development plan includes aspirations to strengthen the economy of the area. However, Ms Ford maintains the appeal scheme does not comply with NLP 2 Policy EC3 or the Joint Core Strategy Policy S4, in this instance on account of its landscape and heritage impacts. We turn next to the landscape impacts as alleged. The focus of the landscape evidence is contained in the first reason for refusal. So I propose to skip reading that as we've had that before. On the issue of landscape harm, officers concluded, firstly, the proposal will significantly alter the established character of the site. The visual impact of the proposal would nevertheless be mitigated by the site's landscape context, including the local topography, landform, existing vegetation, and the presence of the Brackmills industrial estate. And secondly, the impact on visual receptors would be relatively limited and would not result in any unacceptable degree of harm, subject to future consideration of reserved matters. So you will be assisted in this appeal by a summary of the effect on visual and amenity impacts from a range of viewpoints by Mr Timothy Jackson, and he will give evidence on issues arising from the landscape and visual impact assessment, as well as the impact on the local landscape character area, which falls within the district level LLCA 18D, Nen Valley, the Washlands. The LVIA assessment of value and sensitivity are low to medium, and susceptibility to change is low. The difference between the landscape experts appears to turn on the LVI assessment of the magnitude of change in the character of the site and the immediate context. Mr Jackson's assessment is the nature of the effect will be moderate adverse at year 1, becoming minor to moderate adverse in year 15 when landscape planting is established. By contrast, Mr Wadworth considers the effect will be moderate major adverse in year 1 and remain significant adverse at year 15. Mr Jackson also finds that any perception of erosion of openness will be limited due to the significant mitigation planting, the limited scale of built development, the estimated 2/3 of the appeal site that will remain open and undeveloped, and the location of built development on the southern part of the site closest to the existing development, the A428 and the rising valley slopes. As to the visual effects, there is disagreement as to the findings of the LVIA in respect of various viewpoints and visual receptors. Mr. Jackson concludes the appeal scheme will result in some adverse visual effects for a relatively limited number of receptors, and that there will be no available views from the vast majority of properties and locations within Great Houghton, Little Houghton and the PUAN. The difference between these assessments will be explored during the course of this inquiry. The focus of the heritage evidence is contained in Reason for Refusal 2. Again, sir, I'll skip the reading of that, as that's otherwise in the documents before the inquiry. With regard to heritage harm, officers form the view that having established that the level of harm to identified heritage assets will be less than substantial, paragraph 202 of the NPPF is engaged, and significant weight is attached to the economic benefits of the proposals, and officers consider that this public benefit outweighs the less than substantial harm. The heritage assets to which Reason for Refusal relates are the setting of the Great Houghton Conservation Area, the Little Houghton Conservation Area, and the Grade 2 star listed Church of St Mary the Virgin, Great Houghton, and the Grade 2 star listed Church of St Mary the Virgin, Little Houghton. It's agreed that the level of harm to the heritage assets would in all cases be less than substantial, and that it's necessary to weigh the harm against the public benefits of the proposal. The potential impacts of the appeal scheme on the significance of the heritage assets will be set out in the evidence of Mr. Robert Bourne. Mr. Bourne's overall assessment is there will be less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale to the significance of the Great Houghton Conservation Area, no harm to the significance of the Little Houghton Conservation Area, the Grade 2 listed Church of St Mary and the Grade 2 star listed Church of St Mary the Virgin, those are respectively in Great Houghton and Little Houghton. To the contrary, Mr. Partington on behalf of the Council considers there will be less than substantial harm, but at the middle of the scale to the Great Houghton Conservation Area and the Grade 2 star listed building there, the Church of St Mary the Virgin, and less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale to Little Houghton's Conservation Area and the Grade 2 star listed Church of St Mary the Virgin there. These judgments and the judgments as to the consequences in the overall planning balance will be explored during the inquiry. Aside from the landscape and heritage impacts, the appeal scheme will also result in the loss of some 7.13 hectares of best and most versatile agricultural land, BMV land, which the parties agree is a material consideration that must be considered in determining this appeal. Of note, Mr. Kirby considers the loss of the BMV land attracts moderate weight in the planning balance, whereas Ms. Ford affords it limited weight. Irrespective, the loss is not an identified reason for refusal. Moreover, it's understood that none of the parties considers that in itself it constitutes a reason why permission ought to be withheld. Other planning benefits. The many economic benefits of the appeal scheme are agreed and set out in detail in the evidence of Mr. Robinson. In view of the imperative in paragraph 81 of the NPPF that significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, Mr. Kirby attributes significant to substantial weight to the economic benefits in the planning balance. In her original proof of evidence, Ms. Ford attributed only moderate weight to those benefits. However, having now seen the latest BRES job figures showing reduction in job numbers and the minimum target to 2029 not having been met, Ms. Ford now fairly accepts that significant positive weight should be attributed to the number of jobs that will be created as a result of the appeal proposals. Aside from the employment benefits, a biodiversity net gain of 27.39% in habitat units and 76.81% in hedgerow units, and the delivery of off-site highway improvements are materially important factors weighing in favour of the grant of permission. To conclude, in due course, and having had the opportunity to explore in more detail the evidence submitted to this inquiry, it will be duly submitted the appeal scheme complies with the statutory development plan taken as a whole and should be approved without delay. However, even if a different view were to be taken with regard to compliance with the development plan, the material considerations arising in this case are such that the appeal should in any event be allowed and planning permission granted. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. I will now come to Mr. Jaggard.
Good morning. I've got several things to say, so please interrupt me if any of them are either not relevant or there's any questions. So I bring my objections to this planning on behalf of my family, 2 adults, 3 children, as well as informally on behalf of neighbours. Our objections kind of fall into 2 broad categories, ones that are related to our location and ones that are unrelated to our location. So I'll start with the ones that are unrelated. So first of all, the roundabout adding fuel use and travel time. I couldn't find any studies on how much fuel use or travel time will be added by having a new roundabout where there wasn't one existing. All existing studies talk about roundabouts versus traffic lights. So I don't know how much that adds, but clearly it will be non-trivial. It'll also increase the number of people that are travelling at slower speeds, coming up to the roundabout and speeding off afterwards, which will have an impact to my property in terms of noise, but will also have an impact to the climate more generally. And as far as I could tell, none of these were covered in the environmental statements. Secondly, increased queues and the frustration that causes. So according to the transport assessment, there's a total queue growth of about 300 metres in peak times. And this will be increasing fuel usage, it will be increasing driver frustration. And the study suggests that frustrated drivers are worse drivers. So they will drive less well, they will drive faster. It will have an impact to the air quality in our area, and it will have an impact to the safety of people thereabouts as well. Next is the development on a floodplain. So the problems with flooding in Northampton are well known around the A45, around the Riverside shopping area, Billing Aquadrome. They're all significant, and this, along with other developments, will increase the speed at which water flows into the rivers and therefore cause a larger problem to flooding. The fields that are there at the moment are currently used by wild wetland birds who live on the flood storage reservoir but use the fields roundabout for food and for things. If you walk along there, you frequently see wild birds standing there and eating the grass. So the plan includes a new wetland area, but wetland is really not what's required in this particular location because there's already a massive wetland area there already. What they really need is the fields, which is what's currently there. Next is the extremely busy cycle route. So Route 6 is very busy, and although Route 6 doesn't go directly next to where the development is, it's actually very wiggly, and not many people use that cycle route that goes through Brackmills. Most people will skip off the cycle route when it crosses the Nen, join the A428 and then head up through Great Houghton. So we have huge amounts of cyclists cycling along our road in High Street. These cyclists will be negatively affected by an additional roundabout. They'll also be affected by the change of the views that they have from the 428 as they're cycling along there as well. And as well as increasing the danger to them as they cycle. Next is the notices. So the notices were not well displayed for this planning application. I saw one that was on the ground was the only one I saw, which was beside the A428 on the footpath that goes from there over to the reservoir. And in addition, I didn't see any on the far more well-used footpaths that go around the flood storage reservoir. That's an extremely popular route for people walking. Before I moved to the area, I walked around that area as well. So it's well used by people throughout the whole town. And I saw nothing in terms of indication of this planning from there. Nextly, the industrial space. So the jobs have been mentioned already. It's obviously very important. However, I think that the sort of industrial unit that's being suggested here may not employ as many as is being suggested. And the reason for that is that there's a 250,000 square foot warehouse just a few metres away from where this development is, which is, I believe, employing about 15 people because it's almost entirely automated. So whilst it may employ people initially and it may have a high-level employment to start with, we're looking over the long term here, and in 15 years' time, I believe that significantly more will have been automated, and the number of jobs that this brings to the area is going to decrease as time goes on and have a less of a positive impact on the area. Non-rush hour traffic. So the traffic reports were all about the rush hour traffic. However, the A428 is already used as a speeding route, unfortunately, and those cars that are going much faster will have more of an impact, and having more people coming along the A428 will have an impact on non-rush hour traffic just as much, and if not more, than it will on the rush hour traffic. But the traffic report only focused on rush hour. So then moving on to objections from myself as a property owner nearby. So the countryside around Great Houghton is truly beautiful. Great swathes of grassland with horses, cattle, sheep, as well as the wild birds I mentioned earlier. And a significant area of that will be destroyed by this development. And it will affect those who use the footpaths and the country lanes thereabouts. There will be erosion of village separation. So Great Houghton is a separate village. It's not part of Northampton. It's been protected well as Brack Mills has extended so far. So our view has been decreased by the development of Brack Mills, but it's been very well protected, and this one will change that again, but it will change it such that we won't be able to see over to Northampton from our property and across to the wetlands, which we can see at the moment. And then I mentioned earlier the traffic along the road. I believe that the local air quality will be decreased by this, by having more people accelerating closer to the village, whereas previously they were a bit further away when they crossed the last roundabout as they were coming out of Northampton. And we have a significant amount of noise currently from motorcycles as they accelerate hard, but that will increase and will be affected by cars who are accelerating hard as well. Brack Mills currently generates quite a bit of light pollution in our area, and I believe that the new development will change that significantly for us by increasing it in a different direction. So currently we have light pollution coming over from the Northampton area, but that will move around as this change happens. And lastly, just some positive aspects. We really welcome the addition of new footpaths and cycle routes along the A428. It's quite a dangerous piece of road at the moment. We very much welcome that. And in addition to all of this, I'd like to endorse the response that was given by Great Houghton Parish Council, which I believe reflects my opinions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Jagger. If you can just wait there a second. Mr. Goatley, have you any questions?
Just a couple. Mr. Jagger, good morning. Mr. Jagger, can I just ascertain, the reason why I'm asking this question is not to in any way be disparaging, but just so the inspector knows, do you have any relevant professional qualifications, whether in terms of highways, flooding, or planning, or the like?
No, none of those.
Thank you very much. Essentially, there are essentially documents that are either before the inspector and before the inquiry already in respect of most of those issues. It was whether or not you carried out any specific investigation. Similarly, with regard to employment or industrial space, do you have any background?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Highways, any background for that? Okay, thank you very much. Or landscape or lighting?
No, none of those, at least not outdoors.
Okay. Mr. Jaggard, thank you very much indeed. I will ask such questions I need to of others, if I may. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutley, and thank you, Mr. Jaggard. What I will ask now is that is there anybody else that wishes to speak, having heard both the case for the council and the case for the appellant? Okay, if there's nobody wishing to speak, what I will do, and according to my timetable, I think we've now reached the mid-morning break. I'm using the clock in the room, which is more or less at 11:15. So by the clock in the room, if we can resume at 11:30, and we will break now until 11:30. Thank you.
think we've got an anomaly with the access drawings in that the
Updated, it simply shows a ghost island. Dash shows a
right turn,
yeah.
it's right turn to right turn, but on the statement of common ground, it shows an improved pedestrian cycleway on the southern side and the northern side. On the drawings, it doesn't seem to show a new cycleway on the northern side.
Okay, that's in which case
The
your
southern,
mission.
the southern side is important, because
Mhm.
obviously that connects to Great Home, which addresses the point that Mr. Jabber's just made. But I'm just trying to flush out this northern side. There is an improvement to the footway, but it doesn't make it a 3 metre cycleway. I don't know where that's going.
It's slightly warmer than it was.
When that's about to warm up.
Yeah, it's cold here, isn't it?
It's in the
I think the turn that he's on
anyway, so.
it was down at 13, which is
It needs to be something ideally
Checking an chest infection as well, so it's
actually brutal.
just a bit of coffee.
I just tried to turn up the heating, so I hope I'll go out there. I'm too short. Is it any warmer?
It's not cold.
It's not cold,
So-
but is it 22 degrees?
It's 20 degrees. Yeah, I think it was just blasting out cold air.
Okay.
But I think that might.
Hopefully. Because it is cold, it is cold.
It is pretty nice.
Are you up?
Yeah.
Enjoy.
I always hate getting the short straw.
Right, that one isn't working. This one's not working. I'm going to bring the backup one just here, just in case. They work until the red button stops, the red light on them stops.
Oh, okay.
So if the red light goes out, you might need to switch it
Right,
on
sure.
or change over one.
Okay.
I'll bring up spare few as well, colour on in case it's next one.
Thanks, yeah. actually can't, we don't have passes either, I'm afraid.
Good morning. It's 10:30 and the inquiry is now resumed. We will now hear the council's landscape evidence. Ms Daly.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I start, I thought it might be helpful if I identify the documents that you'll need for the evidence
that
in
would be very
chief.
useful, yes.
So it's CDA 4.5, 4.6, 4.7 and 4.8. And then it's the two landscape proofs of evidence, so Mr Wadsworth's proof of evidence and Mr Jackson's proof of evidence, which are CDL 9 and CDL 19. Have you got those, sir?
Yeah, I've got the two proofs electronically, and I've got the hard copies of the rest of it.
Good, okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr Wadsworth.
Good morning.
Could I ask you to turn up your proof, page 3, please? And there is set out your qualifications and experience. So you tell us that you hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Landscape Architecture, a graduate diploma in Landscape Architecture and a postgraduate diploma in Urban Design, and that you have been a chartered landscape architect since 1991 and you're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute.
That's correct, yes.
And you tell us that over your 30-year plus career to date, you have considerable experience of and involvement in a wide range of development and built infrastructure projects, including renewable energy development, and you've undertaken the preparation of landscape and visual impact assessments, character appraisals and designs for schemes of varying complexity and scale, and you've also acted as an expert witness on landscape and visual matters at appeal for both developers and local authority clients. You also tell us that you've held various roles in both the public and private sectors and that you now run your own landscape consultancy company.
That's correct, yes.
Good, okay. And then at para 1.4, you tell us that as with all chartered members of the Landscape Institute, you undertake your work in accordance with the Landscape Institute's Code of Standards of Conduct and Practice, and that you understand your duties to the inquiry to give independent and objective evidence on matters within your expertise based on your own professional opinion.
I do.
Good, okay. And then in terms of the scope of your evidence, that's set out at paragraphs 1.6 to 1.8 of your proof of evidence. And you tell us at 1.8 that you consider the following matters with regard to the alleged harm set out in the first reason for refusal, namely the detrimental impact on local landscape character, the erosion of the openness between Northampton and the named villages, encroachment into a visually exposed landscape, resultant harm to the character and visual amenity of the area, and the inability to acceptably mitigate the harm.
That's correct, yes.
Good. Then at section 2 of your proof of evidence, you deal with the landscape and visual context at present, and you provide a summary at the end of that section. Paragraph 2.40, pages 16 to 17 of your proof. You tell us that your conclusion is that the appeal site in its current state is characteristic of the wider undeveloped landscape, that the landscape features on the appeal site, including topography, land use, tree and hedge resource and fence boundaries, are key characteristics not only of the site but of the wider local landscape, and that the River Nene Valley and its floodplain in particular has a well-defined and distinctive character that's derived from its low-lying topography, the River Nene as a common thread, the presence of lakes and restored gravel works, an absence of settlement, a presence of transportation routes, a pattern of agricultural fields and its general openness.
That's correct, yes.
Now just help me with this. What's your view in summary, please, on the influence of the developed land to the north and west of the appeal site on the character of the appeal site?
There's no direct correlation between the two. The appeal site is seen in the context of development on the to the west in Northampton, which is the Brack Mills area, and to the east, Northamptonshire residential area on higher ground to the north. But however, the characteristics of the site are such that the appeal site is much more in tune with the more rural characteristics of the landscape to the east of the site.
Thank you. And just your view specifically on the influence of the Brack Mills estate, and also whether there's been any change to that view in the light of the new development that's been built out on the Howden site.
I appreciate the submitted LVIA was done prior to the new development, and but my own assessment has been made on the basis of what currently exists at the moment. And I note that there has been an increase in the height of the built form on Brack Mills as it currently exists. However, that doesn't alter my view as to the effect that has on character or visual aspects of the case. My belief is that the Brack Mills development essentially defines the urban edge of Northampton rather than overtly influencing the character of the appeal site or the area to the east of the site.
Thank you. Then turning to section 3 of your proof, and that's where you consider the effects on landscape character and the points of difference between you and Mr. Jackson. There's none relating to the impact on landscape character areas as a whole, is there?
No, I believe that was a fair assessment of the impact on the character areas as a whole, and I distinguish as a whole because obviously they're quite extensive areas, even relative to the local, more refined character area. So I think we're dealing with a much more concise area of landscape.
Good, okay, and as I've understood it, the key differences relate to the operational phase impact on the appeal site and the surrounding area, which you define as up to 2 kilometres, correct?
I do, yes. Yeah.
And your view is that the impact would be significant adverse at year 1 and year 15, whereas Mr. Jackson's view is it's not significant at any point.
That's my understanding, yes. Yes, that's my considered opinion. Yes.
Good, okay. And there's also some difference in your views about the construction phase impact, and I'd like to ask you in particular about that. So you've identified some permanent hedgerow or tree loss at construction phase, and I just wanted to have a look at that with you. So please can I ask you to turn up CDA 4.5, which includes the arboricultural assessment. For those working from the PDF online version, it starts at page 38 of that document. It's roughly a third through the document, third of the way through the document.
I'm sorry, what are we looking for?
We're looking for the arboricultural assessment, so in CDA 4.5.
I believe it's page 40 on the PDF, sir.
It comes after there's a visual effects table associated with the landscape and visual impact assessment, and it's the document directly after that. I don't believe there's any internal page numbers in the document, rather unhelpfully. So that should be this. I think that's the start of the document. I'd actually like to go to the end of the document, which is there's a couple of plans at the end, probably about 20 pages in. But what I'd like to look at is on page 55 of the PDF, which is the tree. It is page 56 of the PDF. It's the tree retention plan. So it's the illustrative site layout. I think it's the next page, sir.
Yes.
So can I ask you, Mr. Wadsworth, to just explain what you understand to be the permanent tree losses associated with the appeal proposal?
Certainly. We, during the construction phase, that's the point at which the most of the activity on the site will take place. During that period, there'll be a requirement to remove certain vegetation on the site. That includes a section of existing hedgerow internally into the site, which is shown in red on the drawing and labelled G3C. So that's the, and that's just to that's crossed by Unit 5 on the plan. But also the plan shows a loss of vegetation along the southern aspects of the A428 Bedford Road, and that's distinguished by a red hatch on the plan, and that covers G8, which is a group of trees, G9, and goes on to G7. As I understand it from the report and from the evidence presented as part of the submitted LVIA, the loss of vegetation along the southern aspects of the A428 is a permanent loss. There doesn't seem to be any mitigation in that part of the proposals as presented, and I obviously take that to be a significant loss of vegetation at that point. The tree assessment, the arboricultural assessment, doesn't actually quantify that amount of vegetation, but having scaled the drawing, I put forward in my evidence a length of about 350 linear metres of hedgerow at that point. and I thought it was worth adding that I noticed in the ecology submission as part of the EIA that there's a figure there given of 304 metres. I'm not quite sure of what this discrepancy, but both of us, both myself and the ecologist producing that document, obviously agree that it's in excess of 300 metres of hedgerow will be lost as a consequence of a direct consequence of the appeal scheme.
Good, okay, thank you very much. You can put the arboricultural assessment away, and we'll move away now from the construction phase impact, and I wanted to ask you about the operational phase impact in respect of landscape character. Now, we've already established that your view is that the impact on the appeal site and the surroundings up to 2 kilometres away will be significant adverse at year 1 and will remain significant adverse at year 15. Can I just ask you to summarise your view on that particular matter, draw out some of the key points?
Certainly. At the moment, the site constitutes 2 agricultural fields with associated vegetation, hedgerows, some post and wire fencing. It's acknowledged that the vegetation on the site isn't necessarily of a high quality or particularly good condition, but it is characteristic of the of both the site and the wider area, and that's established not just in my professional opinion, but also in the published documentation, the landscape character assessments that have been carried out that cover this the appeal site and its context landscape. The appeal site would obviously change as a consequence of the proposals being put forward. There would be introduction of significant, and I use that term in its context, of large-scale built form onto the southern part of the site, along with hard standing. That would, in my professional opinion, have a significant adverse effect on the perception of that the appeal site as an open area of rural landscape. I understand that the northern part of the site is to remain open, and that's a requirement of the 250 metre buffer zone that's placed around the site of protection, special protection area for the associated with the birds to the north of the site. However, I still believe that the change to the southern part of the site will constitute a fundamental change in the context of the immediate landscape. It will be readily perceptible from the surrounding area, including footpaths and the A428. We will have an introduction of built form that isn't characteristic of the site or the wider area introduced into the Vale landscape, which is the associated with the Neem Valley, that currently doesn't exist. And that will also effectively provide a encroachment into the countryside and an extension of the urban edge of Northampton in this particular point.
Thank you very much. Your view, please, on the impact of the mitigation measures proposed or put forward in the landscape strategy in landscape character terms.
I understand that the mitigation measures put forward as part of the appeal scheme basically comprise of earth mounding and what I deem to be woodland planting. It's proposed to create a buffer of 20 metres in depth from the A428 northwards and on the southern edge of the appeal site, and a 10 metre buffer on the eastern side of the appeal site as part of the scheme. I understand the principle behind that. It's to create a screening of the industrial units that have been proposed. However, I believe that the mitigation measures, as they currently are presented, are in themselves incongruous to the character of the area and of the appeal site. The published documentation, landscape character assessments, expressly state that this is not a wooded landscape. It's an open landscape. Woodland is very sparse, and where it does occur, it primarily occurs along the very close proximity to the River Nen, or Neen, and that's to the north. It's not seen in the context of the appeal site. And I believe that once established, the far from, well, practically screening in part the proposed development, it will actually highlight the change that's occurred on the site, and whatever mitigation measures are put forward will not compensate for the loss of that openness of both the appeal site and its effect on the openness of the surrounding countryside.
Okay, thank you very much. Turning then to visual effects, so that's covered in section 4 of your proof of evidence. And the principal points of difference between you and Mr Jackson relate to the appeal proposal's effect on views from Bedford Road and from the public rights of way network. So it's those views that I'm going to focus on. You deal with views from Bedford Road at paragraphs 4.9 to 4.15 of your proof. But what I'd like to do is look at a couple of the viewpoints and ask for your views on those. So if you can, please turn up. We're in CDA 4.7, and we'll start with viewpoint B and then move on to viewpoint C. I think it's the 5th page within CDA 4.7. That's where you'll find viewpoint. That's where you'll find viewpoint B, sorry. So I think it's the page after that one, sir. You should have viewpoint B at the bottom left.
I've got it, yeah. So this is the one that shows in the top one, primarily in Lakeside Public House, properties in East Northampton site.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
exactly. So if I can ask you, Mr Wadsworth, first just to explain exactly where you understand this viewpoint to have been taken from.
Certainly. So this is publicly accessible viewpoint, vantage point. It's taken from the footway to the north of the present A428, and it's a panoramic view. It's split into two because the field of view is so great. But essentially, one view looks north westwards, which is the top view, and the other one looks more easterly. But the two join together, and it's in close proximity to the. In fact, it's almost within the site itself, and looks across the site in the direction of one way in the direction of the urban area of Northampton, and in the other way towards Little Houghton.
Thank you very much. And in terms of one's experience of the appeal site at the moment from that particular perspective, clearly the inspector will visit it himself
Yes.
tomorrow, but is there anything that you want to point out?
I think this view, almost above any view, demonstrates clearly, in my opinion, the open nature of the site. It is what it appears, a field, a grassland field, partially enclosed by vegetation and defined by field boundary, post and rail, post and wire fencing. I would draw your attention to the fact that on the upper view, the appeal site in this instance is actually not seen in the context of Brack Mills at all. It is, I can see, seen in the context of development on the along the edge of Northampton, but not specifically the Brack Mills development. And rather than though that is a visual influence, a key, what I believe this view shows demonstrably is that the distinct nature between the appeal site and its more rural context in the urban area of Northampton and the urban edge, and that's particularly so in the lower view.
Good. Okay, and now there's no photo montage associated with this viewpoint, so just your view then, please, on what the impact of the appeal proposal will be if consented.
So from the position this is taken, it's my professional opinion that this view would be fundamentally altered. It would effectively disappear as a view from this particular vantage point. What we would see instead of a field would be initially industrial units going across the entire visual field, so both the top view and the lower view. That would be built form. The built form would be set back from the road by that 20-metre zone. However, within that 20-metre zone, there would also be mounding. I don't know what obviously this is outlined, so I can't ascertain what height that mounding would be or what particular form it would be, and nor, with due respect, would be the appellant to be able to do that either. But there will be mounding there, and as my understanding is that mounding is intended to be a form of screening. So immediately there would be that view would disappear. We'd have no perception of openness. There would be no through view of that from that particular vantage point. That would all be lost. And that would happen immediately at the year one of the operational phase.
Good, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to say about viewpoint B, or are you happy to move on to viewpoint C?
I'm happy to move on to viewpoint C. All I would mention, perhaps, is that we have some indication on viewpoint B, but it's probably more pronounced on viewpoint C, is that vegetation to the south of the A428 and the role that has in providing a screen and context to the urban edge at that point.
Thank you very much. Now viewpoint C, and it's the same set of questions effectively. So anything notable about the current view and how that would change with the appeal proposal in place?
In fairness, it is a similar view to B. It's taken from further down to the east of the previous vantage point. We do see an element of Brack Mills creeping into this view, and that has now subsequently changed. That's actually a more substantial built form at that particular point. But again, that's, in my professional opinion, stresses the distinct nature of the landscape that effectively the A428 provides. At this point in time, the A428 is an edge feature rather than a pathway through a landscape that's similar on both sides of the road. Very distinctly at the moment, as this view demonstrates, we have a more rural, semi-rural landscape to the north of the A428 and to the east, and a more urban area to the west and north. Again, this view would fundamentally change, so the built form would be the dominant feature in the view, and that would persist at least until year 15. So I believe that to be a significant effect, and one that would persist. And even at year 15, we would lose all sense of openness. That would be gone. We'd be looking at vegetation with a perception of built form behind it.
Good. Okay. Is there anything else on the Bedford Road viewpoints, or would you be happy to move on to the public rights of way?
Apologies. I'll be happy to move on. Yes.
Good. Okay. So we won't look at all of the public rights of way network viewpoints, but there's just a few that I would like to look at. So this is covered in paragraphs 4.16 to 4.34 of your proof for the inspector's note. The first one I would like to look at is J, and I think that's in CDA 4.8, sir. And I'd like to look at, there is a viewpoint, but there's also a photo montage of J. through 10.10H, I and J. It's towards the end of the CDA 4.8 documents.
So what was the reference number of the photo montage?
It's
I've got that.
10.
I've got that. Yeah.
And then 10.10H, and then the I.
Have you got them, sir?
I have now. Yeah.
It's, in a sense, it's helpful that you're struggling, because I think the council's also struggled with finding things within this document. It's not straightforward. Good. Okay, so looking at 10.10H, Mr. Wadsworth. Are you there?
Yes, sorry,
Yeah,
I am.
good.
Sorry,
Okay.
apologies.
Just help the inspector with where that is.
So this particular view, sir, is taken from a public right-of-way, KU3, that passes through the landscape diagonally to the east of this appeal site. It connects between the A428 and effectively continues through the landscape northwards to connect to the Neen Path, which is a recreational trail following the River Neen.
Thank you.
Can I just say that that is in the small thumbnail map? In the left
Yes,
corner?
I'm afraid that doesn't give it much context.
I've got it from that.
Yes, thank you. But we do have a more contextual map, I think, in the core documents. But if it helps.
Good. And is there anything that you'd like to point out to the inspector in terms of one's experience from that footpath at the moment?
Yes, sir. Essentially, this I regard this one as a truly representative view from the public right-of-way. It very clearly, in my opinion, demonstrates the rural nature which you'd be experiencing the appeal site when moving through the landscape to the east of the appeal site boundary. It shows its very flat nature. It shows its very open nature. Its visual indivisibility across both the surrounding landscape and the appeal site itself. It also demonstrates, I believe, though apparent built form is on the horizon, how that, rather than detracting from the landscape you're walking through at that point, actually helps define it. You have an appreciation of being somewhere more distinct than sort of peri-urban, semi-rural location, because there is a distinct boundary there between the urban edge of what is effectively Northampton. And it also allows you a context of the fact that you're in proximity to, at this point, to Great Houghton as well. As you can clearly see St Mary's Church spire in the view as well.
Can I just? I was looking at that myself. St Mary's Church spire, that's right at the far left, isn't it?
It is, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
it's highlighted in this one. We're fortunate it's in this view. In fairness to the appellant, it is a winter view, so visibility is at its maximum. And I would acknowledge that in whether there's a leaf form, there would be a slight alteration in that view. But certainly the openness of the appeal site and the openness of the landscape you're travelling through wouldn't change in summer months, and doesn't.
Good, thank you very much. And then turning over the page, we've got the viewpoint at effectively, as I've understood it, year 1 or year 0 of the operational phase. And then 10.10J on the page after is at year 15. Now your view, please, on the impact and anything you'd like to point out to the inspector.
Apologies, I'm just getting to that point. So at year 1, sir, we can clearly, as is demonstrated in the photo montage, the presence of built form is readily apparent from that particular vantage point. In fact, in my professional opinion, it becomes the dominant feature in the view. While we see a foreground of fields remaining, the built form at that point on the appeal site is readily apparent, and its scale is perceptible to the layperson in its entirety. We immediately have a visual intrusion there of a substantive nature into what was formerly a rural site. In fact, the context of the developments along that western edge of Northampton is largely displaced by the fact that we've now got new built form much closer to our vantage point.
Thank you. And at year 15? So
year 15, we have the growth of the proposed vegetation on the site, as indicated in the and shown in the photo montage. I would say that's perhaps an optimistic growth pattern of vegetation. It effectively conveniently forms a green wall, and my experience and professional experience would be that would be a little bit more variable. There'd be some vegetation that might reach that height, but others would certainly not in that case. And I think Mr. Jackson actually helpfully says that he believes that the growth of trees would reach between 8 and 10 metres at year 15, and I think that's a reasonable and fair growth rate. So that would mean, in effect, that the buildings are proposed at 10 and 12 metres high, so there'd be between 2 and 4 metres of built form above the tree line at that point. Notwithstanding that, though, the intent is here to try and screen the built form. However, I think this clearly demonstrates the nature of the proposed mitigation measures, in that it creates this woodland feel, and that in itself is incongruous and an anomaly within the landscape that it's sitting in. That vegetation pattern doesn't currently exist, certainly not in the Vale landscape. And rather than mitigate entirely the appeal scheme, that, to my opinion, accentuates the change that's taken place. Therefore, it remains significant. So.
Okay, and you've spoken about, I think what you were referring to there is the landscape boundary along the eastern boundary of the appeal site. Now, just please help with the northern boundary of the built development and what you understand to be proposed there and its effect.
So the northern boundary has a slightly different mitigation measure in place. There's the intent there is to create hedgerows on the northern boundary of the developed area of the site. So effectively forms a boundary between the built area and the what is termed the ecological enhancement area.
Just so I'm clear there, you're talking about the boundary right at the edge of the built development, not the boundary which would be next, say, the footpath along.
No. So it's an internal boundary. Okay. It is shown clearly.
No, that's fine. That's all I want.
Yeah. Sorry, in the premises plan. So there's an intent there to create a new hedgerow line, effectively that's screen the proposed development. However, there's a constraint on that hedgerow, one of height. That on the northern hedgerow. By its location within the 250 metre buffer zone, is not able to be allowed to grow beyond 5 metres in height. And that's critical because obviously we're talking of built form that is between 10 and 12 metres high. So the intent there to screen will never be realised. And to all intents and purposes, built form will be a permanent visual feature from views from the north at that, as you'll be able to see when you visit the site. So. And
just so I'm clear, the constraint there, the 5 metre constraint, that's to do with its proximity to the SPA?
That's correct, yeah. So yes. In fairness, the appellant said no built form developments in there because that, but similarly, because the a hedgerow strays into that zone, it's similarly restricted in height, and my understanding is that's because of the bird flight patterns that basically it's to stop discouraging birds from flying into that particular area. But it does mean that we can't screen that northern boundary of built form effectively in perpetuity.
Thank you very much. Shall we move on to viewpoint P now? So that's still within CDA 4.8. I think it's the last few pages of that document. Figure 10.10 N, O and P. Are you there, Mr. Wadsworth?
Sorry, I am, yes, sorry.
Good. Okay, so just again, just help with exactly where that is.
So this particular view is publicly a public vantage point. It's not on a prescribed right of way, but it is on a footpath that's well, it is right of way because it forms part of the Neen Valley Way, effectively the A45, and it's a. Sorry, all right.
I was just going to mention the A45.
Yes,
it looks
so,
like
so immediately behind us the A45.
Yeah.
We're on a slightly raised piece of land, but critically in that view, it shows the invisibility once more of the landscape at that point, and the visual openness of the landscape that one experiences at the present time. It looks across towards both the appeal site and to. Sorry, so it looks across the southwards across the SPA, the River Neen itself, and towards Great Houghton. In fairness, we can see Brack Mills to the right of the view. This is prior to the latest development, so I should state it's now more prominent. So there's a more prominent building on that side, but what it does show is the context of the appeal site, and its characteristics are much more akin to the more rural landscape we see in our foreground view.
Thank you. And then looking at figures 10.10 O and P, any comments you'd like to make on the impact or effect of the appeal proposal in place?
So yes, sir. So at operational year one, we see, which is effectively when everything is implemented and in place, we now clearly see the built form on the appeal site, and I would say that demonstrates the encroachment of built form into this distinctive vale landscape. We see it very distinctly along the in the middle distance. I think this view also shows the erosion of that perception of Great Houghton as a landscape feature, distinct from currently the urban edge of Northampton. We lose any perception there of a spatial division between now what is built form and what is the village effectively behind to the south of the appeal site. That disappears in this view. And then if we travel further in time to year 15, so which is figure 10P, this shows the mitigation measures as proposed at a point when they're fully established and starting to fill out. But what this very clearly shows, in my opinion, is that proposed hedgerow we mentioned earlier, and its inability at that point to actually effectively screen the built form on the appeal site. And this view is one that effectively will become a permanent view. It's not one where we might say that it will evolve further beyond year 15, as one might expect new trees to grow. That hedgerow that we can see in the photo montage there will, in effect, for all perpetuity, be no higher than 5 metres. In fact, it might have to be managed at different heights during its period of time.
I have a quick question. I'm trying to, on all of these, the existing and the photo montages, identify Great Houghton. Is it the tallest bit where you can sort of more or less see trees?
Yes, Great Houghton. So again, that's a distinctive feature of Great Houghton. It's the settlements, in fairness, in a woodland setting. And I speak here as in landscape terms rather than heritage terms.
Okay, thank you. It just helps me.
Yes. So it is, and that's so again is a distinctive feature. On the higher ground, woodland occurs as it does along the river valley by the Nene, but in our particular landscape where the appeal site occurs, that vegetation doesn't exist at the moment.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, and I think finally, in terms of visual effects, we'll move on to viewpoint L, and I think the best place to look at this is in Mr. Jackson's appendices because the photo montage has been updated. So that's Appendix C to Mr. Jackson's proof of evidence. C. It should be the very last couple of pages. Are you there? Good. Okay, and then again, where, Mr. Wordsworth, is this view taken from?
This view, sir, is taken from public right-of-way. It's on the western edge of Little Houghton, on elevated ground. The footpath at this point is broadly on a north-south axis. It's and joins onto the wider footpath network a bit more to the north, which is the right of the view. So it's a panoramic view, effectively from that high ground on the edge of Little Houghton.
Good. And anything you'd like to point out about the experience at present?
I think this is this view is a quintessential one in the saying, showing very much the distinctive nature of the landscape in which the appeal site sits. The appeal site can be seen and distinguished in this view, admittedly in the distance, but it is there, and that's perhaps more appreciable when you see the view in reality. So, or this image at an A1 size. The appeal site's seen in the context of a pattern of fields and agricultural fields of a similar nature to the appeal site as at present. It demonstrates the lack of existing built form within the Vale landscape. We, in fairness, can very readily distinguish the new Bracknell Mills development in the view. That's the white building at the centre of the view. That's a recent development, and in fairness, it wasn't present when the submitted LVIA was produced. However, I think that shows most clearly the existing edge of the urban edge of Northampton at this point, and emphasises rather than detracts from the more rural nature of the landscape in the foreground and the middle distance. I should say so that this view is actually one chosen to represent one of the published landscape character assessments. They've taken virtually the same view as their representative view of the local landscape.
Good, and then in terms of at completion and at year 15, your comment, please.
So we readily see the appeal sites change at year 1 of the operational phase. Built form becomes apparent now in the Vale landscape. Effectively, that's that step change of the urban edge of Northampton towards the observer. I don't consider this view to be a significant change in that myself and the appellant are in agreement this isn't a significant change, but needless to say it is an adverse effect on the view.
We talked during the last photo montages about the constraint on the height of the hedge on the northern side. Is there a similar constraint on the eastern side?
No, in fairness not. There would be the proposal is to create this woodland buffer, and it's the nature of the woodland buffer that I think I have greatest concern with in terms of the character change that now take place. Because if we move to the next view, which is year 15, we see now a belt of trees. We do still perceive some built form because we're looking from an elevated position, and that realistically won't alter. We obviously do see Brack Mills still in behind the appeal site, but rather than that mitigating itself in any way, the change in the view and the character of the view that's been seen, I think accentuates it. It just means that built form of a similar nature is now encroach closer to the observer, and in fact one might argue that's a cumulative visual effect rather than a distinct effect purely on the merits of the appeal scheme.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move away from visual effects, and in section 5 of your proof you deal with the impact of the appeal proposal on the separation between Great Houghton and Northampton, and also Little Houghton and Northampton, but it's Great Houghton where you identify that there will be a significant adverse effect on the perception of that village as a distinct and separate settlement. Now, I'd like you please to explain your view in summary. I think the easiest thing to do is to do that by reference to perhaps one of the aerial views, figure 10.2, which I believe is in CDA 4.6. It should be towards the end of CDA 4.6, or yeah.
Yes,
Are you
sorry.
there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Sorry. So this is an aerial view of the landscape, much as it exists now, bar some changes to the Brack Mills development, which is seen in the bottom left corner of the site. But what it demonstrates, I believe, so in landscape terms, is the erosion of that separation, both in physical and in visual terms, between the principal urban area of Northampton and Great Houghton as a distinct settlement in the landscape. No longer have we got a physical separation to the north of the A428. Effectively, the A428 at that point, the Bedford Road, will now pass between built form. You'll perceive built form on both your southern and northern side as you drive down that road at that passing the appeal site boundary, and that's no longer will you perceive that as countryside. It will be built form, and it will be readily apparent, in my opinion, in visual terms. And that extends now, that built form will extend effectively to as the boundary does of the appeal site, to the junction with the High Street of Great Houghton, which and its junction with the A428. So now we'll have, if the appeal site were to take place, and one imagines the proposals as per illustrative master plan, that space that is now the appeal site will be basically built form, and that will also be perceived visually within the landscape around it. So I believe that to be a significant change in the character and experiential movement of people through that landscape as to how they perceive the threshold of Northampton. Effectively, the threshold into Northampton will now become the same de facto as the junction with High Street of Great Houghton.
Thank you very much. And then finally, section 6 of your proof deals with policy conflict. I'm not going to ask you anything about that. Section 7 provides your summary and conclusions. If I can then just ask you to read out paragraph 7.13, which is at page 51 of your proof.
Paragraph 7.13 is the last paragraph of my proof evidence. It is considered that the proposed development cannot effectively be assimilated into the existing landscape without causing unacceptable harm to the rural character and fabric of the landscape, or to the visual enjoyment of the countryside. For the reasons stated above, it is my view as an independent expert witness that on landscape and visual grounds, the reason for refusing the planning permission for the proposed development at land north of Bedford Road should be upheld.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wadsworth. Unless there's anything else you'd like to say, I don't have any further questions for you.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. I've been asking my questions as I've gone through, but if you would stay there and take some questions from Mr. Goatley. Mr. Goatley.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Goatley, before you start, I will be looking to stop for lunch at 1 o'clock in accordance with the timescale, and I understand that would mean the witness will not be able to obviously speak to people during the lunchtime break.
Sir, I just ventilate the point, because I'm easy either way, as to whether or not you want to break now, in which case...
I will break at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock,
Yeah,
very good, sir. Mr. Wadsworth, good afternoon. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun?
Indeed, sir.
Mr. Wadsworth, so far as the background consideration of this matter is concerned, we're aware that the council's planning officers who considered this proposal, they were content that there'd be no unacceptable harm.
They were, yes. Yes.
And it would be fair to observe that the planning officers are familiar with this locality and not only the developments which have taken place, but also the nature of the landscape so far as is relevant to your evidence.
One would hope so, yes. Yes.
Is there anything that you have seen, among other things, from the officers' report or from their consideration indicates that any matters were left out of account in terms of their consideration of matters?
No, I think they addressed each matter.
Thank you very much. Approach to the questions of methodology and the like. As I understand it, you don't take any issue with the approach to the LVIA and that which is contained in the environmental statement?
I raised no objection to it, no.
So that includes both the methodology and that includes, among other things, the approach to the evaluation of impacts?
Yes. I tried to be helpful and form my views using the same basis, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, it's not just a case of trying to be helpful, because presumably if you thought that the LVIA was misplaced in some respect that was material to the approach to the consideration of this proposal, presumably you would have recommended undertaking an LVIA of your own?
Yes, that's correct, yes. Yes.
Did you consider that approach, and did you make any such recommendations?
I did not. I based... I undertook an assessment, but I didn't do it in the way of a formal LVIA, no.
Right. So far as the assessment process, it's not just a question of avoidance of unnecessary confusion, but it would be fair to observe, would it not, that the approach adopted to the LVIA was one with which you took no exception yourself and considered was appropriate?
There was nothing I deemed untoward about the methodology or its application, no.
Thank you very much. Now, I note also, so far as matters relating to trees are concerned, actually before I get to trees, the existing landscape, the two fields, the subject of this proposal, they are fields, presumably parcels of land, which are the consequence of restoration following undertaking of mineral extraction.
That's certainly my understanding, yes.
Yeah. So when we look at what is on the ground now, and I've inferred that's everything on the ground, both the field and at least some of the peripheral vegetation, that those are new items post-restoration.
Yes, that would be my understanding as well, yes.
So when looking at whatever is the existing position, it's not an existing position which, for instance, constitutes a landscape, the content of which has remained unchanged for very many decades. It's a landscape which has itself been changed and changed to something again new by way of restoration.
Yes, that's fair. Yes. I mean, I should say that landscape seldom is in aspect. It does evolve continuously, merely by the very fact that vegetation might grow and change and alter. So there's a landscape. It's never frozen in a moment in time. It is always an evolving aspect.
I recognise that as evolving, but one feature that very often relates to landscapes that have some particular identified significance may also be that temporarily they have had a long duration, whether or not it's the Chilterns, the Cotswolds, the Malverns, or anything of that nature. Yes?
I absolutely understand. Yes, you're quite correct. Yes.
And this doesn't have anything in the nature of that character?
No. But obviously the fact that the restoration has taken place and the characteristics of the site are such that they resemble the characteristics of the wider landscape, I would suggest it's indicative of the fact that the restoration works were undertaken quite sympathetically to the landscape that the appeal site is contained within.
Well, in one sense, that's a slight element of iterative interaction, because the landscape assessments themselves, certainly so far as this site is concerned, all post-date its restoration.
They do, yes, in fairness, yes they do. Yes.
It's also fair to observe, isn't it, that the landscape character assessments note that mineral workings and restored mineral workings forms part of the character of the area.
They do, yes, they do, yes.
So it isn't a case of effectively that it is necessarily sympathetic. I'm not going to suggest it's necessarily jarring, but in one sense it is a created landscape, perhaps in the idiom of what the restorers felt was going to be appropriate having regard to the previous workings and what they were going to do with the land in question.
It is a probability, yes.
Yeah. So in one sense this is not again, it's not just a case of an evolving landscape. This is a restored and thereby changed landscape, albeit a changed landscape within an existing river valley.
Yes.
One which contains, among other things, the previous characteristics. Because just if I can perhaps alight on this, among the characteristic types, because I think you highlight this at your 229 of your proof of evidence, coming from K48.
Yes. Sorry.
And that identifies, I think, 12 what are identified as key characteristics.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And those key characteristics, obviously there is no underlining which occurs within the document in its original form.
No, that's entirely my emphasis in my proof.
I understand that, and I simply point that out for the purposes of this exercise, not by way of criticism. I understand that you were trying to highlight matters. But it's right, isn't it, to have regard to the entirety of those elements in order to understand what are characteristic components.
Yes, it is.
And just dealing with the gravel extraction component, that's in the 12th, the last of the bullet points, which is on page 14 of your proof of evidence.
That's correct, yes, it is.
And that just identifies that, among other things, that one's dealing with patterns of restored landscapes. Some of them obviously involve lakes and the like. They don't have to.
No, they don't. No,
those elements of that. But one has to look at those characteristics when one does so in the round. That would be right, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be remiss to not look at it in the round. No.
Yeah. And one feature which, if we just stick on page 13 for the moment, at 229, we've obviously got the broad, flat, predominantly wide floodplain.
Yes.
The first of them.
Yes.
Surrounded by the rising landform on adjacent types. The deep alluvial clay and silt with sand and gravel masking the underlying geology. The river channel with slow flowing watercourse with limited bankside vegetation in areas. Essentially, we're not dealing with river channel here, are we?
No. I think it's reasonable to say that the river channel is a little distance from the appeal site.
A predominance of unimproved pasture with pockets of both neutral and improved grassland and scattered arable land and fields of varying size. Arable land becomes more frequent within the western section. I've always had this described as the Nen Valley. Is it Nen or Neen, so far as you're concerned?
I understand it's Nen as well, but
I just don't want to get hit.
No,
on the way.
I think it's quite controversial to call it the Neen.
Okay, so you're the one that's in for a dig on
this one. Yes, okay. I'll take the rap for that one.
Okay. Then the next one is limited woodland cover confined to occasional broadleaf copses scattered throughout the floodplain. But it does go beyond that, doesn't it, to hedgerow trees, although infrequent and important feature, where they do occur, creating localised, well-treed areas.
It does expressly say that, yes.
One could be, together with that and the next point, essentially saying that those are actually contradictory. Now, I'm not going to go as far as suggesting that they're contradictory, but they indicate that they are part of a range of factors or range of characteristics which are represented there.
Yes, yes.
So you could have limited woodland cover being a legitimate characteristic, and you could have well-tree areas in local areas also seen similarly being a local characteristic.
As it's expressed here, yes, you could, yes.
So it would mean that if you had a locally well-treed, or for that matter, extensive hedgerow area, both of those would be consistent with the key characteristics. Would you agree?
As expressed there, yes. I think we'd have to be careful about, as I believe, the woodland aspect of it, because obviously we do have that statement above that's limited woodland cover.
Well, but the point is, we've actually got both.
We have got both, yes, we have.
That's the reason why I was asking those questions a moment ago.
Yes, we have got both. I suppose, obviously, having visited the site and the area around it, I believe that the site does not demonstrate both characteristics there. And I think that's why we discussed the point earlier. We have to be careful, one has to be careful about encompassing the whole of the character area, because inevitably the whole of the character area is quite a reasonable extent of landscape, and I think we're talking here much more in the context of an immediate landscape, and in that immediate context I personally do not see evidence of a woodland cover.
Well, forgive me, but we're dealing with a restored landscape here. We've agreed that it's restored, and therefore in terms of its restoration, it inherently contains nothing which acts as a predictor for what ought to be the landscape treatment in future, does it?
No, I don't think that's quite correct. So, if you forgive me, I think the fact that we have on the site, we don't have any woodland on the site at the moment, and I take fully your point that it's a restored landscape, but it's a restored landscape that has been done. My perception is that it's been restored more in the context of the elements that exist around it, which are these fairly insubstantial hedgerows. Admittedly, some of them are of poor quality. They're quite gappy and of low standing, with occasional hedgerow trees, as we mentioned. And I think the restoration has made reference to those rather than introducing an element of woodland. If there was an element of woodland on the site at the present, that would give more kudos and credence to having that as a mitigating a form of mitigation.
But we've agreed, haven't we, a little bit earlier, that essentially whatever was done by the scheme of restoration was idiomatically undertaken by whoever was carrying it out in what they thought was an idea for restoration.
Yes, I can't argue that. That's true. Yeah.
And so, idiomatically, consistent with the characteristics, which are the key characteristics identified by those who carried out the rather more comprehensive study, is that it could have contained essentially more treed components within it, and indeed it could well have been well treed in localised areas, and that would have equally been consistent. Yes?
Certainly, if that had been the approach taken, we would be in a completely different context to the situation we're at. So, yes, that approach could have been taken. It wasn't, and the fact that it wasn't undertaken in that way, is suggestive of me that the people, whoever they were, who undertook the restoration, were more mindful of what the wider character is at the present time of that Vale landscape, and therefore there's felt to be a consistency with what we're presented with at the moment, rather than going down that route of introducing something new, which woodland, which, as you rightly say, is a key characteristic of the wider area beyond the appeal site, but the extensive area, but isn't present or evidence at the moment. So.
But that's something which basically just relates to whatever was done, whatever it was 20 years ago.
From the aerial photograph that we have, it does seem to be about 20 years ago, yes. Yeah.
So essentially we're not fixed by what might or might not have been in the mind of those who thought about restoration. I mean, it may be that the people who thought about the restoration either don't like trees or found trees too expensive.
Yes, it could be. Yeah. One would hope it was a bit more, the approach was a bit more professional than that, but it could well be, yes.
Yeah. Well, restoration schemes can take on a variety of different guises.
They can, absolutely, yes.
So it's rather difficult to project too much by way of sagacity on the part of those who may have been undertaking it. The simple fact is, for the purposes of looking at a restoration scheme, first of all, we shouldn't see that we are in some way bound by what was in the mind of someone restoring mineral workings.
No.
And secondly, if one had any of the relevant characteristics that are identified here, that would be reflective of the key characteristics and would not be anomalous. Would you agree?
It's, I mean, we're dealing here at a county level landscape character assessment of a larger area, and I don't think it's there's nothing to state within the character assessment that all the key characteristics are evident in any particular one area of landscape. So I would still say, and I can't deviate from that because I don't believe it to be correct, that woodland is particularly appropriate in this instance.
They've not sought to differentiate within this area, have they?
No, they've because obviously they've when undertaking a character assessment, boundaries are defined. They're fairly broad boundaries. They're not usually as fixed as a plan might suggest. There's obviously there'll be a transition point between one area and another, and within that, when one undertakes such an exercise, one's identifies key characteristics that might be found throughout, but it isn't beholden that each characteristic is applicable to every aspect of that landscape being described.
Forgive me, what I'm not suggesting is that you need to slavishly replicate any and all of those characteristics, but the point about having the characteristics is those represent the characteristics of the area which is the subject of the exercise.
I can't in the context of this published character assessment, yes, those are the key characteristics they've identified for the character area as a whole, yes.
Okay. Are there any other character assessments that indicate that the presence of trees, whether in terms of pockets or treed areas or the like, is inappropriate or is out of character with this area? Is there an assessment that comes to a different view?
The character assessment, the character assessments that have taken place are a hierarchy of character assessments.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got the national character area, which embraces a large percentage of Northamptonshire as a whole, but covers our area. We've got a county assessment, which we've just referred to, and then we've got a district assessment, and each one is a refinement of the other. So there's inevitably crossovers and similarities between the two. I would, and how those are effective at describing the landscape is, one could say there's all three of those documents point to the openness of the landscape rather than its treed nature. All three of those documents do mention hedgerows. All three of those documents mention pastoral fields and a mosaic of fields, and a focus on the water bodies. So there's a common theme there between all the published documents that I think represent more truthfully and accurately the appeal site in its context as we are presented with it at the moment. they don't expressly veer away from woodland, though the emphasis on woodland much more in the context of the River Nen and not our area, and the fact that our site, the appeal site and its landscape around it is an open area is indicative of the fact that there aren't substantial areas of woodland which would immediately preclude that as a description of the landscape. It would no longer be an open landscape, it would be a mosaic of woodland and trees and a more enclosed landscape, which this demonstrably is not.
Forgive me, in respect of the K48, which was at your paragraph 229, is there anything in there which you say indicates that any of the components which are proposed by reason of this development are not key characteristics?
No, I can't say that, no.
Yeah. So it's fair to say that that which is proposed would be reflective of those key characteristics?
Of a much wider landscape, yes.
Okay. May need to come back to K48, but K49, that is the urban fringe landscape character and sensitivity study. Yes.
Sorry, that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Is there anything which is more fine-grained than that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No. If we can take up, if we may just to continue with this point, from K49. I've got this in PDF, and I'm going to invite you, I think, to go to page 82, sorry, I beg your pardon, 52 of 80.
Apologies,
Not at all.
my computer's just logged itself down.
That's all right. Take your time. Tell me when you're there.
Mr. Gertley, can you tell me which document we're looking at now?
Sorry, so K40, CDK49.
Okay, I'll need to get it.
Oh yes, oh yeah, great, thank you. Brilliant, fantastic. I have it, Mr. Gertley, sorry.
You really want to come back to that? Your other laptop or some other stuff?
Yes, so it's the frustration of internet connections sometimes.
Indeed.
But yeah, my colleagues just passed me across.
That's absolutely fine. If there's any difficulty in that any time, just...
Thank you, that's very kind.
Okay, as I understand it, we're 18D, Nen Valley, the Washlands?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, in respect of that. So this is the most fine-grained, and this is the area that you would refer us to.
I would say this is, as of the published documentation, this is the most refined character assessment, yes, that's correct.
Okay, just observe, let's just wait for the instructions. Right.
So East Midlands?
It should be the extracts of the Northampton Urban Fringe Landscape Character and Sensitivity Study of November 2018. Which I think is probably Chris Brown.
On page.
The page in printed form, it starts page 83 in the print version. Hopefully we'll have 18D.
That's a map.
It should be either 83. There is a map actually. I beg your pardon. There is a map. Before that.
No, I've got it. The Nen Valley Washlands, yeah.
That's it. In fact, yes, they interleaved the map, but they didn't keep that in page number, so I haven't noticed that. So. Now, just turning to the text, which is on the enumerated page 83, we've got the character description, 2623, and various elements there. 2624, the mosaic of different land uses, predominantly focused around the water bodies, and then talking about the centre of the area with the Billing Aquadrome. Buildings elsewhere within the area, predominantly offices or light industrial. I think things possibly have moved on a tad. Things may have moved on just a bit. If one looks at the fourth line of 2624.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yeah. We've got some bigger bits now.
We have some substantial buildings in the Bracknells, yes.
Yeah. And it talks about small areas of farmland, predominantly pasture, some arable, particularly in the east, dismantled railway line, field boundaries predominantly vegetated, and there are small pockets of woodland and scrub around many of the waterfalls and along the course of the river. 2625, key transport corridors through the area include the A45, which cuts through the north side of the LRCA, and the A428. That's obviously clearly germane to us, isn't it?
Yes, because the A428 passes the southern parts of the boundary.
The southern boundary of the western part of the LRCA. Roads, both major and minor, are predominantly well screened by high hedgerows and trees. So if one did have in proximity to major and minor roads, well screened by high hedgerows and trees, that would be specifically consistent, wouldn't it?
It would, were it not the case that at the moment the appeal site does not demonstrate that characteristic at the moment. So one would be changing the. However, most of the intent is to change the landscaping in accordance with what one might perceive the published document saying. The reality is that on the ground, as we currently look at the appeal site, that isn't the case. So there will still be a fundamental change in both visual and character terms as a direct consequence of those mitigation measures.
Yeah, well, it may well be that when it was a mineral working site, it was considered undesirable to have trees along the periphery. I have no idea. Sometimes people keep them, sometimes they don't.
They don't, in fact, and as we alluded to earlier, the appeal scheme actually removes a substantial amount of trees along that, along the A428.
Yeah, I'll come back to mitigation in a moment, but nonetheless, roads, if they are subject, major and minor roads, and obviously the 428 gets a particular name change, predominantly well screened by high hedgerows and trees, that's consistent, isn't it?
As an approach, it's consistent, yes, yeah. But the negative aspect of that still, I consider, outweighs that approach.
Well, does anything in here say that those high hedges and trees are inconsistent, they ought not to be there, they have adverse consequences, and if you're thinking about planting them, don't do it?
No, not per se. There isn't. No.
Beyond per se. No.
No. There's we have a strategic guidance later on in that same document that's at this level is suggestive of what development should take place. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we can have a look at that because the strategy guidance reflects. I'll just point out in passing 2626, same document. Vegetated nature of the landscape gives a predominantly fairly enclosed feeling.
It does say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it presumably said it for a reason.
Yes, but similarly we have at 2.630. There's the landscape strategy there says we should conserve and enhance the simplicity of the open mixed farming pastoral landscape. So again, we've got a slight dichotomy there between the two, and my professional opinion and judgment is that 2.630 is suggestive of where we should be in terms of the approach taken.
But wouldn't that be inconsistent with 2631? Include hedgerows, copses and riparian planting to help integrate the development into the landscape?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Effectively it's saying, yeah, planting is an appropriate means of seeking to mitigate and integrate. That's right and fair, isn't it?
But planting can take different forms, and we do mention hedgerows there. But we're not. No, copse is a small woodland. I agree, but it's ill defined, and a small copse could be 20 trees, but
doesn't call it a small copse.
It does call it copse, but when is a copse a woodland? When is a woodland a copse?
We're going into philosophy.
We are, but sorry, I don't mean to be sort of unhelpful, but a copse to my mind is, and my professional judgment is, it's a small grouping of trees rather than we've mentioned previously that this is a substantial planting of vegetation, 20 metres deep across a site boundary of several hundred metres on the southern side, and then 10 metres deep along several hundred metres on the eastern side. That I believe is a substantial woodland planting rather than a copse-like planting.
Okay, I'm going to leave the philosophy of definition on one side, if I may, for those purposes, but we're agreed, aren't we, that so far as all of the concatenation of landscape character assessments, they all provide for the question of, among other things, trees, hedges, woodland.
They do, yes.
And specifically on the most fine-grained of those, which is the K49 assessment, even though this was at an earlier stage, was identifying that one would be looking at the specific road corridors, and that they are predominantly not just screened, well screened by high hedgerows and trees.
It does say that, yes, but it's...
Mr. Gutley, you are nearly at 1 o'clock. If you can find a convenient place to break, that would be useful.
So I have that very much in mind, thank you. So it would not be anomalous, would it, in context of the A428 specifically, and major roads, for significant tree and hedge planting, high hedgerows and trees, that may have the effect of well screening the land behind?
No, or rather, yes, I agree with that point, but it would still be, I believe, incongruous in this specific situation, and it would not compensate for the loss of the other key characteristics which the appeal site clearly demonstrates at the present time, and which are consistent with the landscape in which it sits.
And at present time, I'm going to finish very shortly, that present time component is one which arises from an exclusively restored and created landscape.
It does, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. We'll pick up in due course. Thank you very much for my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gutley. We will now break for lunch. It's exactly 1 o'clock, and we will resume at 2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I should remind...
yeah, I can't talk to anybody.
You
So
can't
yes,
talk
no.
to your side of the session.
But I just say, getting Mr. Wadworth lunch doesn't count constantly free
Are
through.
you okay if I bring you some food through?
Don't like to see a man, thank you.
Is there anything else you need before I head back in? Just because I'm on a different area to you guys. Is there anything you need before I head back in, just practically? No?
Thank you very much.
No.
Where would you recommend them?
Sandwiches. So there's a Costa coffee if you head up the council offices and sort of walk the other way to what you came in, up towards there's a Tesco's Express, a Costa coffee, and then there's a couple of other sandwich and coffee shops along the road.
It's old fashioned. On Fugala Street still. Really old fashioned.
A few different places along there, yeah. So there's some more independent ones along the street, just along here. And if you're looking for a Costa or something, it's just towards the centre.
We just do our own thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's not allowed to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can talk about
I'm talking about anything but work. Keep going.
Thank
Oh,
you.
you've got some as well.
Yeah,
so
no, that's brilliant.
okay,
Thank
cool.
you.
So just like, do you want to sit in? It's just Caroline. Caroline's chair.
This one, just this one here.
Yeah. I can ask her to move down a seat.
It's cold.
She can move down a seat.
Just-
There's one spare next to her.
I might be able to protract it.
And these two are not working. And Peter's one. I think stopped as well, yeah.
No, that's on its maximum back.
She might just have to move down one seat.
Just, oh yeah,
What?
keep doing what you were doing.
As long as we can still get that one. Can you just stand there for a minute and then...
If I stand,
So he's sat here, this is the first
so
person.
Caroline's sat here, isn't
Yeah,
she?
So
she's
if you sit there for a moment, is that all right?
I was going to ask a question. I'm going to make a sandwich. How secure is the room on it? Is that?
I can come and lock it.
Yeah, because I'm leaving the computer and stuff in there.
Okay, I'll come and lock it,
Yeah, that's
and then
good.
if you want to phone me on my mobile
No, I'll do that.
when you
Yeah.
when you're
Yeah.
back.
Brilliant.
All right,
Thank you.
okay.
I think we're good there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do.
that's brilliant. Yeah, you can lock it on that.
Yeah,
that's
I'll
great.
leave it. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll just close that. So if you do need to go into it, if you click the three dots,
Yeah.
room controls, and then it brings up, you can move it left and right or in and out.
Okay, like that.
But I'll turn the tracking off. So you've got the tracking off, so it won't change. Right.
Okay, but it's the three dots there.
Three dots
to
there,
get
and
to-
just room controls.
That's brilliant.
Cool.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
No worries. So yeah, we'll leave those screens on then.
That's great. Thank
Cool.
you.
All right.
Swap them. 1, 2.
Sam, can you coffee or tea or
Shit, yeah. Shouldn't say that.
another knife?
Tea, coffee, what would you like? And sugar, milk?
May I have a cup of tea with no sugar, please?
Just, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
that's
I'll bring.
fantastic. Sorry, thank you.
No, you're absolutely fine. Then, they didn't leave any out here.
Oh, I haven't seen anything.
No, I don't have it, but that's fine. Let me go and grab you a cup of tea.
That'd be very kind.
price now.
I'll come up with it about 20 or 35 past in case you need anything.
No, that's very
from
kind
us.
of things. That's very much appreciated.
Sorry, what's the table move? I'll go and get someone.
No.
Tea, coffee. I've got loads, so I can bring it through. If you want
Okay.
something else.
Can I have a real pain? Can I have a coffee, please?
Yeah. Any sugar? Do you want sugar? I can bring it through. It's in a little sachet, so.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah. Do you like brown or white sugar?
Brown for preference, please.
Brown preference, yeah, not a problem.
Thanks.
That's
That's
right.
great.
We'll realise I left my phone.
Oh no! Well, I've been guarding everything, so nothing's gone walk about.
And they've moved that headphones, fair enough.
Yeah. And hopefully everyone's intimidated because they can see the screen as well. It's disconcerting. They can see yourself.
Yeah, but yeah. It's going to be fixed like that now, so it won't zoom in
Oh, well,
anymore.
I noticed that everyone speaks.
It roams around,
It's
yeah.
really clever, actually, but no, that's what
Yeah, I'm going to need coffee.
Yeah,
I'll be
fantastic.
back.
Thank you. Cheers.
Some of them did. I did. I wasn't here to be fair. Which is quite lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a killer. Thanks.
No problem.
were, isn't it? So came from Stratford. That was quite pushing here this time, actually. Yeah, I like one.
Marvellous. Some sunshine. I know, we need it. Hopefully, weather will be good tomorrow if it's yeah, I know. No telling.
We're misty down there anyway.
I know that's the problem, isn't it?
Yes.
If it's early and the dew point is low,
Yeah.
then that would really
There's always mist down there as well.
Is there? I went down this morning and it wasn't too bad, about 8:15ish, and it was miserly though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
There were some cows in the field, which were some bullocks, which were quite aggressive. So I had to get out.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a very good idea.
Yeah, so we'll have to be considering about where we go, but
yeah,
we'll manage. Let's just see. It's weather like this, I'll take it.
yeah, definitely. How far is the walk plan to go up to?
Well, at the moment I've set out a preliminary route that the appellant needs to review. Seems like a quick look at it. And it covers, I think, 99% of where we need to go, except for the A45, but that's quite a difficult road to start on as a group. So we might get some views from, well, it depends on the appellant, quite happy with it, but
Yeah, subject to agreement.
yeah, 5.5 miles.
Right.
So some uphill, some downhill, going up through Great Houghton.
It's
The rest
full disclosure, I'm the chair of Great House and Parish Council.
Oh, are you? Okay, very
It's
good.
my presence.
Right.
Just listening at the minute and quietly fuming because that's
It's very difficult to get evidence across. Peter is extremely
well, yeah, he's a KC. I'm also used to be a solicitor, so
right. That's like used to. Yeah. So we'll see what we can. We'll come up with Great Houghton and head out the
you know, I'm not sure that I can add vastly to what he said.
I think it'll be covered off. Our council, Caroline, is really good. She's very thorough. So we'll see what happens.
I have to leave at about 2:40
We'll get a bit more.
But we'll, yes, but see how we go.
But Greyhampton's a very nice village.
Just a minute. No, we've also got that sort of talking about putting 800 houses.
The south.
So there's that, and it sort of feels, it's like playing planning whack-a-mole at the minute.
Yeah.
It's the high street I'm worried about as well as the traffic, so I'm not sure I might stand up and say something about that.
I think there was an opportunity for people to speak.
Yeah.
You may want to ask the inspector if there's an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I might just I'm not seeing that mentioned as relevant for us.
Yeah. There was a gentleman who came and spoke this morning.
I know, I saw him, I was here this morning, but I wasn't sure what I wished to say anything because
Everything's still standing back at Marin's?
I haven't looked on, I'm petrified. I'm just reading about my former employer, Homes England. It's got a scheme allocated, I think. So I'll look at that.
It's got a scheme what?
The Minister allows Homes England 1,100 scheme allocated sites.
Marvellous.
So, yes. I'm petrified. As soon as I open my Outlook, everything starts pinging.
Yeah. So far, I am doing really good for ridiculous amounts of emails.
Thank you.
No, that would be very ambitious to get to heritage.
Actually, Peter,
Right, it's I think it's more or less 1 o'clock. The inquiry is now resumed. Mr. Goatley.
Sir, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Wadley, good afternoon. Hopefully you've been particularly nourished.
Yes, well looked after, thank you.
Marvellous, marvellous. Now, we've been looking at some of the character assessment issues that are impacting that's a round of drinks this evening. Right, we're looking at some of the character aspects relating to the site. Some of the other matters that have been raised in your evidence, but I just want to put this in context, if we may, and I think there are some matters which are agreed within the statement of common ground, so just as a matter of, I think, fairness, you should have that in front of you. This is, I think, the general planning statement of common ground, a number of which I'll tell you, I think. K30, I'm grateful. One of the benefits of stage whispers. Excellent. Do you have that available to you?
Sorry, Mr. Curtin.
Not at all.
Nearly.
I've got it if not.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I have, Mr. Gertie, thank you.
Not at all. I'm grateful. Now, the site itself, I think it's a matter of common agreement between us. 634 of the Statement of Common Ground which is the landscape baseline.
Yes, sorry.
Site and its immediate context are not situated within a landscape that is subject to any national, local or other statutory or indeed non-statutory landscape designations.
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Now, from your experience of dealing with sites up and down the land, that's presumably quite unusual.
Only by the nature of the work I deal with, sometimes not entirely unusual. Most of the land isn't protected or designated. So,
well, whether it's protected or not as such, very often it's subject to some form of designation. We'll come to second issues in a moment, but something to indicate that it has some feature which is identified as being of landscape significance. Whether or not it's a particularly significant landscape, but whatever I mean is landscape significance. So that it is unusual. There's nothing to
there's nothing on this site, no.
That is important in itself for your exercise, isn't it? For the purposes of assessing the potential susceptibility or desirability of sites as opposed to other sites of being suitable for development. Would you agree?
Yes, I would. Yes, that's definitely correct.
Now, irrespective of the issue of designation or absence of designation, we also know from paragraph 634 that it's not considered to be a valued landscape for the purposes of the NPPF.
That's a matter of agreement, yes.
That too is not without significance, because that also provides at a national level some means by which sites could be, in appropriate circumstances, subject to consideration identification, and whether you say it's protection or not, certainly with a view to them being identified as being of significance for the purposes of whether or not they are more or less suitable for development taking place.
It's a factor that needs to be considered, yes.
Yeah. Because, among other things, where one's looking at decisions, we have, do you have the NPPF available to you?
I don't, sorry, but,
I'm very grateful.
thank you. So,
It's a very short point. It's in paragraph 174.
yes.
Do you have that available?
I see, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, not at all. Paragraph 174, paragraph A, and it's not only dealing with policies but also dealing with decisions. And one of them is relating to protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, sites of biodiversity or geological value in soils, in a manner commensurate with their statutory status or identified quality in the development plan. In circumstances where there is no identified quality in the development plan, irrespective of any other status, that's something which it's pertinent to take cognizance of for the purposes of carrying out an assessment as to the land's potential suitability for carrying out development. Yes?
Yes, yes. Sorry, Mr. I was going to say though that that means that paragraph 174B comes into effect as well.
Well, indeed. I was going to take you to B.
Sorry.
Not at all. Recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And obviously we've got best and most versatile agricultural land, which is not a matter for you, as I understand it.
No, it's not. No.
And in terms of trees and woodland, other than that which we've been discussing, I don't understand that to be a matter that needs to delay us here. Is that correct?
Sorry. Sorry.
We've talked about trees, woodland, and such like.
We have, yes.
And we know that certain elements are going to come out and certain elements are going to be replaced or indeed reinforced by means of the proposed scheme of development.
We've discussed that aspect, yes, yes.
To the extent necessary, we'll come back to that. But that recognition is itself simply that. It doesn't provide any particular protective or enhanced significance.
No, no, I would agree, yes.
Yeah. Now, so far as the appeal site is concerned, it has never figured for the purposes of any designation or protection in any development plan. It isn't a case of it happens to have slipped out in this particular cycle. It's just never been identified, has it?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
So when we're looking at site, yes, recognise as far as it goes, it's not a valued landscape to be protected, nor does it obviously figure as of any statutory significance. Where one has a plan which has been drawn up, and one would take it, would one not, that the development plans that have been drawn up hitherto have been drawn up on the basis of what were considered to be the appropriate basis for identifying land of significance for the purposes of some form of protection?
Yes, one would expect there had been a landscape input into that. Obviously, there'd be a planning element which I can't elaborate on.
No, that's perfectly fair as an observation in respect of that. But so far as the landscape component is concerned, among other things, Mr. Jackson has taken us back in his Appendix B to the Northampton fringe.
Yes.
landscape study. Now that's a study which we've already looked at, as I understand. I don't think you suggest you take any issue with that particular study, either in terms of its methodology or outcomes.
No, not issues per se, but I do question its appropriateness in the context of the appeal site, simply because, as I understand it, this capacity study, sensitivity and capacity study, was done primarily on the basis of residential development rather than development per se, and specifically the type of development we've got before us. So it was
we'll have a look at that in a moment from that point of view, and look to see what, if anything, that tells us by reference to those particular observations. But looking at the character and sensitivity study, 2 plans are extracted at Appendix B.
Yes.
Figure 3.1 and figure 3.2.
Yes.
So far as figure 3.1 is concerned, the landscape sensitivity within the study area, that shows the site as part of 18D as being the lighter green, low medium.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you agree?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And so far as figure 3.2 is concerned, the landscape capacity of the land, that shows the land as being no greater than medium.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yellow.
Can you assist me where that study is only directed to matters of residential development as opposed to...
There's sorry, again, I haven't got it up on the screen.
It's K72.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. There's a paragraph which defines the outcome of the study, which defines what large scale and small scale is.
Well, I recognise that in many of the settlements it's looking at areas where there is that form of development, but I don't understand it to be delimited in that way, unless there's something that you can assist me on.
I will try, Mr. Gatley. Sorry, apologies. I'll have to go through it, I'm afraid. But yes, sorry. It's paragraph 1427 on page 13. And in that paragraph, it defines what the study means by large-scale development and small-scale development. And there, it's exclusively talking about residential development. So nothing of the type of development we're talking about.
Other than that, in terms of landscape capacity and what large scale and small scale is there anything to indicate that the sensitivity and character was otherwise, that was what was delimited? Because I recognise what you've just taken us to, but there's nothing to indicate, because a number of the areas that it clearly explores are areas which contain other forms of development beyond residential.
It does, but it's if I may say, I'm afraid that I find that a flaw of the study, in the sense that having participated in these studies myself in the past, one would expect it to be explicitly said at the start, in fairness, as to what type of development one was assessing the sensitivity of the and capacity of the landscape to. This is the only point that I've found in the document which does actually expressly say residential. It's inferred earlier on, but this is, and that is significant because otherwise we're really comparing sort of apples and pears in the sense that a landscape can respond very much differently to a residential development as opposed to the type of industrial development we're talking about. Okay. So I'm concerned that we can't make can't transfer the findings of this document directly to our situation with the appeal site.
Okay, perhaps we can go to, I've got the PDF version, and it's, I think, page 114 of 196. That's back to the Nen Washlands, Nen Valley Washlands.
Right, sorry, bear with me.
Mr. Goldie, have you got the paragraph number for that?
Yes, sir. I'm going to be, Washington starts at 2.6.23. And the internal numbering is page 83, it's back to 83 again.
I'm there, Mr. Goldie, sorry.
Do you have that? Do you have that yet?
Oh, I do. Yes.
You do? Thank you very much. We're dealing with this particular section, dealing with the, again, the Nen Valley. It's the relevant section that we were at a little bit earlier. If we have a look at paragraph 2.6.30,
yes.
perhaps you'd just like to read that to yourself.
Yes.
That deals with a variety of things, including recreation and leisure, but also specifically light industrial uses, doesn't it?
It does mention light industrial use, yes.
Yeah. So that would perhaps not tally with an idea that it should be read down as being simply only something related to residential. Would that be fair?
No. I think that's a fault of the... I must be honest, I think that's a fault of the study. I don't think that should be applied in this instance. I think when they define, they very clearly define what they term development to be, and though they do, in all honesty, mention light industrial uses in that paragraph, I think that's a context of character assessment rather than the study assessment. So I think there's a mismatch there. I'm very concerned that the study findings seem to transpose themselves to the situation of the appeal scheme, because as I say, there's sensitivities arising from a residential development that just don't tally with a large scale of development of an industrial nature as we're faced with here.
Well, the character description 26.24, that also deals with that as a descriptor for offices or light industrial areas.
It does. I mean, in each instance, it does say that they need to be sensitively cited. It's a statement, and they need to. In fact, in 2.630, it very clearly appears in the context of light industrial units should be sensitively cited and designed to take account of the need to retain the character of this floodplain landscape, which I wholly agree with.
Yeah. Well, okay, but we do have to be careful about totally agreeing with those things which might suit your argument, and those things which represent the product of this particular assessment, and one which comprises and anticipates industrial development. Yes?
I'm sorry, I can't answer differently. I do feel that the study is not aimed at industrial development. It is a residential study, and I would expect different outcomes for a residential study as opposed to one focusing on industrial development.
Apart from the one paragraph that you took us to, is there anything else that you would take us to in terms of indicating that it's delimited only to residential?
No, that's not no, sorry.
Okay. So far as the landscape capacity, because the capacity of the landscape to absorb development, that is set out on those two plans. Figures 3.1 and 3.2 I've taken you to.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me if you are able or unable to answer this. Have all of those parcels around Northampton only been subject to consideration for development for residential purposes, or have any of them been considered for development for any other uses?
I'd have to say I'm unable to answer that. I'm afraid I don't know which the assessment for current purposes isn't sufficient to answer that question.
Mr. Wadsworth, could you speak?
Yes, sorry, I can't answer
You're
that.
dropping your voice.
I am,
Having
sorry.
difficulty hearing you.
I was trying to, conscious of the mic. I can't answer that question in all fairness, because I'm not aware of the assessment, fully of the assessments that have been carried out in respect of any development plan or etc.
Right. There are no other sensitivity assessments of the like which contradict that which is in those two plans which I have put to you. Would you agree?
I've not come across any, no.
Thank you. Now, you make a point regarding this being an open area, an area of farmland.
Yes.
We've looked at those which constitute the key factors, key characteristics, both at the district and the county and indeed at national level. So I don't necessarily wish to go back to that and those key characteristics. But as a more general proposition, if you have a piece of land, certainly on the periphery of an urban area, which is undeveloped, there is a good prospect it will be farmland, yes?
Outside of the context of an urban area, yes, it, by definition it becomes not associated with town, so it becomes rural, yes. And a quintessential aspects of a rural landscape tends to be agriculture. A key components of a rural landscape, as one might envisage, tends to be agriculture of some nature.
Well, okay, it's in agricultural use. A level of agricultural use may be intense, may not be intense.
No, I don't know. No.
If you are going to carry out any form of building or development, that is going to inevitably, fundamentally alter that particular piece of land, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
That is an inevitable, inexorable, and logically inescapable conclusion.
If that development is deemed appropriate to that land, piece of land, yes, that would be an inevitability of that development taking place, yes.
The purpose of the NPPF is to provide a structure at national policy level as to where you look most for land in circumstances where you may need it for development. Yes,
yes, I understand that.
Other than Greenbelt, is there a national policy looking to preserve a factory of openness?
No, not specifically, no.
Because the feature of openness itself is simply the absence of development, which is, for the reasons we've explored, an inevitable aspect of where one's looking to carry out development, isn't it?
Well, in this context, not quite. Openness is a facet of a landscape. So as we've discussed previously, a landscape can be enclosed, it can be very densely enclosed, it can be woodland, it can be with limited visibility. Openness is an intrinsic quality of a particular landscape, and this landscape affords that characteristic. So its openness is a consequence of the absence of development, as you rightly say, Mr. Goatley, and the fact that there's limited vegetation there and limited barriers to visibility across that landscape. So that is the definition of the openness in this context, yes.
Well, I've heard your definition of that. That, of course, doesn't accord with the K72 landscape character assessment, does it? For the reasons we've already explored.
Well, as we've already explored, it is a facet. It is equally a facet of that published document that they do cite openness as a characteristic of the landscape as well as the aspects we've discussed previously. Yes.
Apart from open mixed farming, I don't think it does figure in that, does it?
In each,
I'm
right.
looking at 18D.
Right.
Is there anything in 18D
I shall,
that provides openness?
excuse me. I shall. I have it again, Mr. Goatley. We talk about farmland, small, predominantly pasture, vegetated. No, it does not specifically mention it. That it does mention it in the other two published assessments, but you're quite right. 18D does not specifically mention openness.
Is that a fault that you found with this particular study that you've identified before?
Well, sorry, I qualify that. It doesn't state it in the description. Under landscape strategy guidance, we do have the which we have mentioned previously, and it's remiss of me, but under 2.630, it does talk about new developments and changes to landscape practices should be controlled or encouraged to conserve and enhance the simplicity of the open.
No, it's not open. Read the entire sentence.
Open
please.
mixed farming and pastoral landscape that characterise the undeveloped parts of the floodplain.
Yeah, that's just because it's undeveloped, isn't it?
No.
It's not because of openness.
Well, it's that's I'd say that's not explicitly the case. I would take that to mean, in the context of the other two published documents, that open mixed farmland is open. You could say enclosed mixed farmland if it was to be the opposite of that. Surely open means openness. I'm sorry, I don't agree with you on that one.
Well, we do know that 26.26 on the previous page says that it's got a predominantly fairly enclosed feeling.
It does. The two don't necessarily tally, but very by a similar vein, it does say the simplicity of the open farm, mixed farmland farming.
If I look in your evidence, will I find anywhere where you've grappled with that as a tension between those two aspects of what the evidence is telling you?
Yes, actually, I think I do. Sorry. I think I expressly raised that as an issue.
I'll take you to it. It's 2.39.
Yes.
Okay. It says it's somewhat contradictory.
Yes.
Other than highlighting it, where do you grapple with that and come to a conclusion as to about what you actually say the guidance does by way of assistance to the inspector?
I agree. I don't grapple with it explicitly in that way, but consistent with what I've said in my evidence, I do regard the site as a component element of an open and a landscape, one which expresses openness. But yes, I highlight that apparent contradiction in that document.
Assist me with you, if you would, with regard to the proposed mounding. Is there anything which indicates, in terms of any of the proposals, that the mounding provides anything that can be regarded as significant or substantial or large?
No, there isn't, because we're at it's not at a detailed stage, so no, there's not.
Mr. Jackson will tell us that essentially what he's looking at is effectively something by way of grade in circumstances where there is the ability to provide the landscape mitigation works. Is there anything wrong with that? Modest levels of grading effectively upon which vegetation may then be planted?
We would have to define modest, but again, in the context of the appeal site as it currently exists, it's essentially as a matter of common ground that it's perceived as a fairly flat landscape. Therefore, any mounding is intrinsically changing that topography of the site, and will, I believe, in my professional opinion, have a significant effect on the character once again of that of the appeal site landscape.
I'm going to go back to the fact that we're dealing with a restored and created landscape, not one which necessarily persisted or existed before. Correct?
It is a restored landscape, but it's been restored to a profile that's that is consistent with the landscape around it. Had it been that once the extraction works have been completed, they'd left it as a hollow with various obvious changes in topography, mounding in that circumstances might be deemed more appropriate, but at the moment we're faced with a relatively level appeal site where mounding of an undetermined height and nature, massing, will inevitably and fundamentally change the appeal site's characteristics.
The appeal site varies in terms of even its restored profile.
It does, in fairness, yes.
Something about 4 metres.
Yes, which isn't inconsiderable. We were in a room where the ceiling height's approximately 2.5 metres, so it's something close to twice the height of this room. Yes.
Introducing that over whatever distance upon which vegetation may be grown, I'm not here suggesting the Great Wall of China or some other offers done or similar earthwork structure. What I'm talking about is something in the nature of modest profile mounding, because it's a matter for detailed consent at the later stage.
It is, yes, it is, yes.
But what I understand is, because it appears to become elevated to a point of anathema, I want to understand how and why that is so. Are you saying that there are no other mounds in this part of Northamptonshire?
No, not far from it. There's mounding in it's only in Northamptonshire as a whole, but it is not a fundamental characteristic of either the appeal site or this landscape. And when one changes the profile, topography of a particular site, that's inevitably changes your perception of that site. So the mounding in this context is being used expressly to create screening, as Mr. Jackson's proof elaborates on. But it's and that's in its own, in the context of the appeal site, is gives rise to adverse effects. Again, it erodes the openness of the site and one's ability to view the wider landscape at that point.
What if the inspector doesn't agree with you that it's actually a necessary component to be able to look through the site? And there are other areas consistent with the landscape character assessment that indicates that it may be enclosed, there may be trees, particularly along road corridors. So what happens if that component of your argument falls away? Does that mean that your objection falls away?
It's my view would remain consistent. It is obviously the inspector's prerogative to feel that my professional opinion is, which is obviously at variance to Mr. Jackson's, is a weaker argument, and Mr. Jackson's may prove stronger, but that my view will remain, and does remain, that the openness of the landscape in which the appeal site occurs is a fundamental characteristic which would be inextricably altered and adversely so by the appeal scheme, and that would be unacceptable in my professional opinion and judgment in this instance. So yes, the inspector may feel, so you may feel contrary to that isn't the case, but I suppose that's fundamental to why we're here.
Well, I'm not going to go to that. Thank you. You object to planting as well, is that correct?
Planting per se, I'm not. Planting is an approach taken, and some planting may be appropriate for a particular scheme in a particular circumstance. I am concerned, and it is my professional judgment that the approach taken in this instance is not to say it's incorrect. I just feel that it would give rise to, certainly wouldn't give rise to any benefit to in landscape character terms or visual terms, and in my judgment, it would rather conversely, it would accentuate the changes that are taking place in the landscape as a direct consequence of the appeal scheme.
Beyond the appeal scheme is itself within context of a wider area.
It is, yes.
It's a matter that doubtless you and the inspector, Mr. Jackson, and whoever else will have an opportunity to further reacquaint yourselves with tomorrow, whether really, in order to look at what is there. For very many of the views, I'm not going to say all views, but for very many of the views involving the appeal site, and including from a variety of different directions, from the cardinal points, you are going to be, if you are taking a full view, not a snapshot view, you're going to be aware of Bracknells, aren't you?
All views, I agree, should be considered really in a 360 degree in the round, and because it is slightly artificial to do snapshots, as you quite rightly say. It's not in many cases you would see the Bracknells behind the appeal site. Obviously, there will be many views as well where that's not the case. Certainly, looking eastwards, the Bracknells falls away, and we're looking at a much more rural landscape towards Little Houghton.
Well, essentially, if you turn your back on Bracknell's,
Yes.
then you can find that view.
Yes, of course.
Don't turn your back on Bracknell's, but are looking from a variety of locations around the cardinal points, and whether or not on the appeal site, to the north of the appeal site, even to the south of the appeal site, Bracknell's is going to figure.
It demonstratively does, yes.
That has itself, contextually, a very substantial bearing upon the assessment, among other things, of the sensitivity of the appeal site to accept development, doesn't it?
But potentially so, yes. Sorry, it does. Yes, it does, because I believe that the presence of Bracknell's accentuates the rural aspects of the appeal site in its Vale landscape context. So, yes, it does.
It may well be that you are a frustrated stargazer looking up into the site into that large area of black and say that the white is accentuated by the fact that there's a large area of black up in the sky. That doesn't alter the fact that there's a very large area of black up there, does it?
No, but then if we were to introduce more blackness into the following your analogy, into the landscape, that still remains an adverse effect, and that would be the case in this situation. We're not. It can never be the case that, or it should never be the case that proximity to something that may be deemed unattractive presupposes that you may continue that unattractive element ad infinitum into the surrounding landscape. Otherwise, proximity to any form of development by following on from your sort of line of questioning would.
It's not my line of questioning, nor was it my question, but I understand the point.
Yes, so I don't believe proximity necessarily means that it's an automatic situation that gosh, we've got something in our vicinity that means that so degrades the character of a particular site that development is therefore acceptable.
I won't put either of those things to you.
Apologies if you feel you haven't, but I understood to be the line of questions, Mr. Coatley.
No, that's you answering a question I hadn't put. The questions I hadn't put. The question I put is: it is necessary to have regard to the context.
And I would say yes, of course, yes.
And having regard to the context, that itself informs the judgments that we make based upon that context. Would you agree?
It has to, yes, yes.
In terms of your approach, which is by reason of that context, anything that is currently undeveloped then becomes of elevated significance, nay cherished, because it is currently undeveloped. Is there anything either within Glivia 3, the NPPF, or anything else you'd like to refer us to that actually adopts that particular approach?
Well, I think it's.
Give me, that's a direct question.
I'm unsure. Is the honest answer to that, Mr. Goatley?
Please, I mean, if you have a copy of Glivia 3, remind yourself. If you have a copy of the NPPF, remind yourself. Is there anything which adopts or advocates that approach for the purposes of evaluating those pieces of land in the context that I've put?
All guidance, Glivia 3 or other landscape guidance, advocates, as you rightly say, assessing the context in which a particular site occurs. That's its fundamental, and it is beholden to, in a professional judgment, to assess whether the weight that context is given to a particular site. This particular site, our appeal site, is one that shows characteristics much more akin to the undeveloped aspects of the landscape around it, rather than the urban edge had, I can only do it by example, but had our site got some form of built element on it, there might be a reasoned argument to say, well, yes, there's existing built form on there that therefore places its characteristics more towards an urban situation rather than a rural situation. That doesn't exist at this point. I do take up your point that it's been previously excavated and therefore manipulated, but it's been manipulated to a point where it is now part of essentially an agricultural rural countryside element. So therefore that makes it, by any professional judgment, more characteristic of that rural landscape.
Mr. Oliver, resisting intervening, could you please answer the question I put to you some time ago?
Sorry, Mr. Kelly, could you reiterate it, please, and I shall give you a direct answer.
Is there anything in the MPPF, Livia 3, or anywhere else you would like to take us to, that indicates this elevated significance that arises for land which is currently undeveloped in context of land which is developed?
No, and that applies both ways.
Is the acceptability of new built form development predicated upon existing built form development and its presence?
No.
So your point about there would be a greater argument for there to be development on the appeal site if there was already development on the appeal site is a complete non sequitur, isn't it, Mr. Waldron?
No, because that's we as we keep referring to, it's all about characteristics, and characteristics help determine the susceptibility and the sensitivity of any particular landscape. If one were talking, essentially we're talking about a greenfield site, even though I understand that it has been previously subject to excavation, but it is not intrinsically a developed site, and that does have to have a bearing. So the fact that it is in proximity to a developed urban edge still gives emphasis to the fact that it's an undeveloped site, and therefore whose characteristics are akin to a distinctive landscape that would be, in my opinion, unacceptably harmed by the presence of the development we're talking about.
Do you have to relate to every single undeveloped piece of land in this country? Every single piece of undeveloped land has to go.
I think I've got the point, yes. And I think some of this will be worthwhile seeing tomorrow morning on site.
So happy to move on. So far as susceptibility and sensitivity, other than the exercise that was undertaken by Chris Branford Associates in 2018, is there any such exercise which has assessed the sensitivity and susceptibility of land around Northampton for development?
That's the key one that I'm aware of.
And it would be fair to say that one should follow that one, save in circumstances where there is a sound, explained reason for departing.
A sound reason for departing, sorry, from the
CBA assessment?
Only that we obviously earlier discussed the fact that it's an assessment of a different type of development. So
we've dealt with that, and no, it isn't. But we've got your point on that.
Yes. So there's sorry. In answer to your direct answer to your question, then there is reason to deviate from it because it's not the same. It's not an assessment for the same type of development.
Okay. And if you're wrong about that, then in which case that's the one we should follow.
If I'm wrong, yes.
Thank you. So far as the site itself being described as tranquil, again it's a matter that the inspector will assess tomorrow. Do you say that the site is to be regarded as tranquil?
I qualify that. I don't think it is a hugely tranquil site. Tranquility is always relative. It has to be, because there'll be my perception of tranquility will be different to yours and different to the inspectors. Tranquility essentially arises as I define it, and that's following on from guidance from our institute. It is an absence of noise and movement. So there's certainly noise and movement in proximity to the appeal site. So it's not a truly tranquil site in that context. No.
If you're on the appeal site, you're going to be aware of both noise and movement, not only from the A428, but also from the A45.
You are, yes.
On the tranquility scale, where do you put the site?
I'd say it's not fully urban, it's not fully rural, so I'd place it squarely in the middle.
Squarely in the middle. Where does that take an inspector in terms of assessing the usefulness of tranquility, even fairly in the middle? Because they're saying that's something that ought to be in some way provided for.
It takes the inspector to the point at which that level, no matter it being in the middle of a hypothetical tranquility scale, what are the implications for the appeal site with the introduction of the appeal scheme? And the introduction of the appeal scheme would inevitably provide for new noise and movement sources onto the appeal site. So therefore there would be an adverse effect on tranquility.
On the appeal site?
On the appeal site, yes.
If the appeal site is regarded as not particularly tranquil, where do you provide that by way of weight or significance for the inspector's determination?
I asked the inspector to consider it does have weight, because by introducing new elements of movement and noise onto the appeal site and adversely affecting the tranquility of the appeal site, that inevitably, and the fact that we're physically encroaching into further into a landscape where such development isn't presently there, then there will be an adverse effect on tranquility of beyond the site boundary. How much weight that's given, obviously the inspector will make a decision personally on that. To my mind, it'll be apparent from certain parts of the footway network, public right-of-way network, in close proximity to the site. I'm not making a huge point of that, and I don't believe I have it in my evidence. I've just pointed out there will be an adverse effect on tranquility.
Mr. Goby, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to get tranquility clear in my own mind. In the guidance that you've talked about, the Your Landscape Institute guidance that talks about tranquility being measured by an absence of noise or movement,
yes,
is that then put on a scale? Or is
no, not that I'm aware. I've personally not come across a scale that has tranquility. So there's
because in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, and again I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, of course.
It seems to me tranquility might be a bit more binary than being on a scale. That it's either tranquil or it's not.
It can truthfully be taken like that as well. Yes. So you could say I'm in the middle of the Scottish Highlands. There's no noise or movement apparent. If I perceive some, then that's an absolute change.
Okay.
But usually, and I believe in the context of the evidence that before you, it's taken as a relative scale. So that because obviously someone who might live in the middle of Northampton, if they were transposed to the site, might think, gosh, this is...
I understand.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Distances for looking at the immediate area of the site.
Yes.
This is at your 3.34. You have a distance of 1,200 metres, approximately 15
That is something that I provided. It's not a guidance note. It's not you won't find it in any specific document. It's I put that forward as a measure that I thought was a reasonable measure of what immediate area might be. I fully expected that I might be contradicted on that, but it's there's no other than I could not find any definite. It's mentioned in the LVIA as immediate area. In the LVIA, it's undefined. I thought it was helpful to give a definition of that, and it's come about because it's of my experience of walking the site and where I perceived the greatest influence of the site to be. But I absolutely unqualified say that it's something that I've provided rather than coming from a recognised source as a means of determining an area.
What I understand is why would you choose that as an area? If there was some reason, by reason of topography or enclosure features, one might understand that, but it appears to be essentially an arbitrary figure, both in terms of time and distance. That's not an unfair observation, is it? I've just been very honest and said that it's something that I've put forward as a definition, and I suppose in that context, yes, it is arbitrary because it's something I've put forward as a suggested means of measuring something that wasn't quantified before. So yes, I accept your point. An immediate area is probably that. It would be the area in which some particular feature is experienced. Would you agree?
I would indeed, and that's the basis of my putting that forward, because having walked the site and the footpaths, that was my perception of how a distance one might reasonably still perceive both primarily the appeal site within the landscape context around it. So that's, yes, I do agree 100%.
Yes, like 1,200 metres is going to be figuring on your trip tomorrow. Okay. So far as anything in terms of the landscape mitigation, do you say the landscape mitigation which is proposed is something which is a good thing or a bad thing in terms of, among other things, improving what may be described as patchy hedgerows?
But the patchy hedgerows, I fully accept are patchy hedgerows. I think we discussed it earlier and I stated that the patchy hedgerows aren't particularly of good quality or condition. But we've mentioned on numerous occasions the published assessments. The published assessments at the various levels points to those the patchy nature and untidiness, for want of a better word, of the hedgerows. So I believe those are a key characteristic.
What, patchy hedgerows?
Yes, patchy hedgerows. Yes.
Right. So maintaining a patchy hedgerow is a good thing.
In the context of the site, to retain them would be a positive thing because they are deemed to be a characteristic of the area, yes.
Is that not an indication of some condition, a condition which normatively may be identified, but not identified with approval?
It's neither, as far as my reading of the documentation in the published character assessments, there's no judgment made of that. They don't say that's. It is stated simply as a characteristic and left at that. So it's not. I understand your question. It's neither said to be positive or negative. It's just a statement of character. So yes, and that's how I've taken it to be.
If one's taking areas including trees, or patchy trees, patchy hedgerow, removal and replacement with other landscaping consistent with the guidelines contained in the sensitivity report, that would be consistent, wouldn't it, with that sensitivity exercise? The Northampton urban fringe, for the reasons that we've already explored.
They suggest it as a means of assimilating residential developments developments into the landscape. But obviously, I would reiterate, as we've discussed previously, that it's in the context of a paragraph which says you should try and aim to conserve the openness of the landscape. First and foremost.
Okay, it doesn't say that. But
well,
that.
Yeah.
But you do accept it doesn't say that, does it?
Sorry, Mr. Goatley.
It doesn't say that was effectively primacy to what you've just said.
No, you're quite right. It doesn't say it as primary. It comes first in the paragraph that we're discussing.
Well, one of the paragraphs. 2.625 most assuredly doesn't say that.
No, but 2.630 does.
That is going to be read in context with what goes before.
Always, yes, of course, yes.
Because if it's in context with the landscape character, then in which case, in those circumstances, it would follow the fact that you would reinforce. Yes.
Well, ideally, you would seek to, in an ideal situation, you'd seek to retain the characteristics of the site wherever possible and changed. If that's not, if that's.
Sorry, where does it say?
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Goatley. I'm saying that if the approach to a design of from a landscape perspective, and I'm only speaking from experience, one would seek to ideally retain the characteristics of the site wherever possible.
Sorry, where does Olivia 3, the NPPF, or any of these landscape studies say that you do that? But please take me, where does it say maintain the character of the site as is?
Well, one's trying the principle, the whole profession of a landscape architect is to try.
I've asked a question, I'd like an answer. Straight question, straight answer. Where do any of those documents that we refer to?
It doesn't in the NPPF.
Olivia 3, any of these particular landscape strategies, any of these landscape assessments, which relate to Northamptonshire.
Well, forgive me. How is one to interpret the paragraph we just discussed about conserving the openness of the landscape, etc. Is that not?
We've had the discussion about the paragraph 2.6.
Sorry, sir. I'm not trying to be obtrusive or unhelpful.
It would be helpful if you answered the question.
Sorry, Mr. Goatley. Then MPPF doesn't do that. I can't. I've been through Olivia many times. I won't be able to direct you to a point off the top of my head where it expressly says, well, my view, but then I don't believe it contradicts my view either. But so.
You're moving off point. I've taken a very, I hope indulgent, but direct NPPF, Olivia 3, any of these landscape character assessment studies, where do any one of them say that there is some form of imperative, obligation, desire, simply to maintain the character of an individual site? I respectfully put to you, none of them do. If you think that any of them do, please take me there.
Well, I can't contradict you, Mr. Goatley.
So the inspector is fair to record that the contention that you advanced, which is there is a desirability or proposition of a landscape professional imperative to maintain the character of any individual site, is an unjustified assertion.
It's not unjustified. It's just you're asking me something I can't immediately answer, and I shouldn't, because I could equally trip myself up by short of going through the whole of Glivia 3. I can't do that. It definitely doesn't say it's in the MPPF, and I absolutely agree with you on that. Again, we've been through the published character assessments. They give recommendations as to what guidance as to what should happen on sites. They do, as you rightly say, mention the use of trees and shrubs, trees and hedgerows. Sorry, in certain instances as guidelines. But then they, as I say, and it's not been disrespectful to your question. They do ask you to conserve the character of the site. And I've, to be unequivocal, I've interpreted that as meaning, as a landscape professional, that one should always seek to minimise the effects on the key characteristics of a site when trying to assimilate a new development into a landscape. So I hope that helps. It's not.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't even begin to answer my question. It's moved off deliberately. If I can take you back to it, any individual site. Where does any of those documents, including any one of those landscape character assessments, indicate that there is a tenet of landscape approach which is such that you have to maintain or look to maintain the specific character of any individual site? You have to have regard to the landscape in which it's situated, but where is there for any individual site must maintain.
I've never said maintain.
You have.
Well, if I have, sorry, Mr. Gotley, I apologise, because it's said in the context of conserve, and conserve means to. Sorry, I thought I'd expressed it in the terms of one makes an effort to maintain the characteristics of the site. You can't. If development's going to take place, change happens, but it's the degree to which that change will happen. So I mean it in a sense of conservation rather than true maintenance. It's not a preservation. Preservation is I absolutely understand different.
It's preservation, maintenance, or conservation. Where is it taken down to the site level?
Well, it's not. It's
not taken down to the site level, is it?
No, it's taken to the landscape level, of which the site is part, yes.
So the site can, consistent with its landscape, its host landscape, actually be subject of alteration, can't it?
Oh, yes, it can, of course, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Please look at the photo montages and the photographs as well. Please look at CD A 4.8.
I've got the most printed copy.
Okay. That is the, yes, it would be figure 10.10H.
10.10H.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goldie, could you give me that one again, please?
Certainly, sir. It's figure 10.10H, and it was in CD A4.8, environmental assessment. I want to look at H, I, and J.
And again, before we start, Mr. Goldie, we've gone past my time for the mid-afternoon break. I mean, if you can find a convenient place, I think it's been quite an intensive session, and I think
It's convenient to break now. Come back to this.
that might be a good thing, actually. If we broke now at 3 by the clock in here, and came back at 3, I think that would be useful, because, as I say, it has been quite an intensive session. I think a break might help. Thank you. So in that case, we will break now for 15 minutes, and we will resume at 3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Cheers.
Is the route agreed? Just what I'm happy with.
We just want to prove
It is 25 past, but we have no council. I will give them a couple of minutes. Apart from, of course, Mr. Woodley.
Sorry, take that clock. It's not the same as time on my phone.
I always find it useful just to use one clock.
Yes. There was no intention to return late. Thank you. We're now resumed. Mr. Goatley, just before we do start, we do have to finish by 4:45 because there is a meeting in here that will enable us to get rid of all our stuff. And I do want to say something about the site visit tomorrow before we close as well. So if we can aim to sort of finish about 22, that would enable me to just clear something up. Thank you.
Thank you, understood. Robert. Splendid. This is looking at figures, sequence figures, figures 10.10 H, I, and J, which we looked at a little earlier. These are from the footpath, which is KU3. Looking in the direction which has, from what I can perceive, it does have back wheels behind it, is that correct?
It does, yes.
I think it's fair to observe that in respect to the existing views, view J, of which these are all iterations, none of them will take account of the building that we see in the new photo.
No, they don't. No, they don't. So, in fairness, the new building would be above the proposals.
That's just a matter to be taken into account.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
One sees that. So, in terms of those particular views, that's a matter that doubts will be assessed on site. The only feature that the view from Q will have is whether or not they're seeing something which is, whether you describe it as foreground from that distance, closer to the viewer than, for instance, the remainder of Brack Mills and that which you would otherwise see.
You see something closer, yes. Yeah.
But otherwise there may be something which is rather larger, which is located behind it.
Yes, taller, yes. Taller, yes.
Thank you very much. I take you to...
Mr. Goatley, I think you need to use your microphone because otherwise people on the feed won't hear you.
Fair enough. I'm not sure whether that's to their advantage or mine. But said, I note it. Thank you very much. If I can take you to CDA 4.7.
Yes.
And the particular viewpoints that are being looked at there, which I think was viewpoint B, first of all.
It was, yes.
In respect of viewpoint B, this is taken from the north side of the A428 on the footpath, looking in a essentially west-northwesterly direction.
That's
on
correct.
The left-hand,
yes.
sorry, the upper pane.
Yes, Mr. Goatley, sorry, yes.
Not at all. And then for the lower pane, that is looking effectively in the eastern direction.
That's correct, yes.
Taking the upper pane first of all, there one's looking towards the Premier Inn.
We are, yes.
And other areas there. It's a matter again for viewing tomorrow. It would be fair to observe, it would be probably anticipated that you would see something of Bracknell's immediately to the left-hand side of the upper pane photograph.
I think that's fair, yes.
But as I say, I'm going to leave that as a matter for whatever the view tomorrow similarly finds. If I can take you to viewpoint C, which immediately follows.
Yes.
That is not dissimilar, but essentially from the south side.
That's correct, yes.
The A428. Again, I think one can already see on the left-hand side of the upper pane what you can see of Brackmills, and again, it's a matter that will become evident on site tomorrow.
Yes.
Similarly, what will be evident on site tomorrow, not been evident before, is the extent to which there is any vegetation through that particular corridor of the A428 as it makes its way to the roundabout.
Yes, it will. Yes, it'll be very readily apparent. Yeah.
And similarly, the extent of development, which you see again on the upper pane, but also on the lower pane, across to the north of Northampton.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you very much. If we might go to the montage L, and this is Appendix C to Mr. Jackson's proof of evidence. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Again, essentially what is shown there in the succession of K, L and M are a series of viewpoints that will be again evident tomorrow.
Yes, it will. Yes.
Essentially, you will see that which is in 1010K tomorrow, and then it's a question of then utilising the plans for the purposes of his envisaging that which is in L and M,
yes,
which are respectively at effectively year 1 and year 15.
Correct, yes.
The approach of utilising year 1 and year 15, is that one from which you would either assent or dissent for the purposes of landscape assessment?
I'd completely assent to it. It's a standard procedure. Sometimes it's year 10, but year 15 gives a favourable indication as to what planting might look like after a period of time once it's established and starting to fill out. Yes.
And that is a fair way of being able to look and assess that which has occurred.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, I think at one point you actually refer to that which is proposed by way of at least some of the mitigation as being some form of green wall.
I do use that term, yes.
That's not a formulation which Mr. Jackson utilises.
No, it's not, and it's not meant to be pejorative per se. It's what's shown in the photo montages. I felt that was the best way to describe what I was seeing, because it is literally a solid element of green. So it's so yes, that's the term I used. It's not a technical term, and it's.
I understand. Thank you very much. I think we have explored. Yes, the only other thing I think related to, I think it was a parameters plan point, and that is the introduction of additional planting by way of replacement. You had shown, I think, the areas coloured red on the parameters plan as being removed. Do you recall that?
I did recall that, Mr. Gatley, yes.
In respect of, certainly so far as the northern portion of the A428 is concerned, that is intended to be the subject of further mitigation planting. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that mitigation will take place to the north of the A428 within the site proper, if I can term it that. Yes, that's where the 20 metre block buffer zone will occur, and then the 10 metre will occur along the eastern edge of this appeal site.
So even insofar as any hedgerow is removed, whether in part or otherwise, it will be replaced?
I do state in my proof of evidence that I consider there will be a fair compensation of quantum of planting material.
And I think it certainly, as an identifier of that, we have the benefit of the statement of common ground, which indicates there is a substantial increase in the number of hedgerow units.
I understand that.
By way of biodiversity net gain, and that's by reference to that which constitutes the status quo, which is the baseline. Would that be fair?
Yes, yes, it would.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Wadsworth.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. I have no questions on the cross-examination. Can I come to Ms. Daly for re-examination? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's just one question, Mr.
Yes,
Wadsworth. Can I ask you to turn up? It's your proof at paragraph, I believe it's 2.29.
Yes, I've got it.
So you were asked right at the beginning of your cross-examination about the land on the appeal site being a restored landscape following mineral extraction.
I was, yes, yes.
And you were taken to paragraph 2.29 of your proof, which includes extracts from the county landscape character assessment.
That's correct, yes, it does.
And it was pointed out to you that the last bullet point on page 14 of your proof refers to a key characteristic of the Broad River Valley floodplain, LCT, as being evidence of long periods of gravel extraction and restoration within the Nene Valley, particularly along the middle section with patterns of restored landscapes, etc.
Yes.
Now, just in terms of one's experience of the appeal site post-restoration, what evidence is there, if any, that this was a former mineral working site?
In my opinion, absolutely none. It's not at all evident that was the case. To all intents and purposes, the perception is it's. To all intents and purposes, it's been like that in perpetuity. Really, it's not evident that was an excavated site.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Wadsworth. Thank you. Can we now move on to the appellant's landscape witness, and I think that's Mr. Jackson.
Sir, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Goatley, are there any, apart from the stuff I've got out already, are there any documents I need to be aware of before you start?
Sir, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
inquiry. You are Timothy Richard Jackson. You're a Chartered Member of the Landscape Institute and a Senior Director in the long-established multidisciplinary environmental design company FBCR Environmental Design, and your practice as a member of the Landscape Institute and the Institute of Environmental Assessment and Management and the Urban Design Group.
That's correct.
You have been a partner director of practice for some 23 years, and you have kindly provided us also with your curriculum vitae together with a very fetching photograph at Appendix A to your proof of evidence. And I don't propose to ask further, as that essentially speaks for itself, unless there's anything else you'd like to highlight to us.
No, there isn't, but...
Well, I've given you your selling opportunity, so that's done. If I can take you then to paragraph 1.8 of your introductory proof at page 2, and that identifies the evidence that you provide to this appeal is true, prepared in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and you confirm the opinions are your true professional opinions, irrespective of whom you are instructed.
That's correct.
You have, just in terms of your background, you have not only acted in respect of this particular proposal, but also acted in respect of other proposals which have been dealt with in the locality.
Yes, that's right. I've acted for schemes within the Brackmills industrial estate, including probably the 2 units that are closest to the site and closest to Great Houghton in the past.
Thank you very much. Now, don't propose to go through the background scope of evidence. You probably heard the matters that were discussed regarding the LVIA in context of the matters discussed with Mr. Wadworth, and where there is, by and large, assent between you as to the approach to be adopted and the utilisation of the LVIA. One feature, if you would assist us, you, in paragraph 3.6, remind us, as we've already discussed, the site has been a previously quarried gravel site and has been filled with inner waste material. What, if anything, do you say the inspector might consider or might make of that as a feature?
Well, I think in terms of the character of the site, I think it's pertinent to note that sort of 20 to 30 years ago the site has been worked for gravels and it's been restored. So I mean, just in terms of features that are on the site, I mean there are no trees of any sort of age, certainly nothing older than that, and where there are trees, they are pretty limited and concentrated to the perimeter. So I think it's just knowing that in terms of it as a landscape, it's really just in its current form been there since sort of whatever I think the timing of the gravel extraction was, but certainly sometime in the 1990s.
One of the features that sort of raised its head, I'm not sure whether you can assist us with, is the extent to which it having been installed in the manner that it has been installed, whether or not that effectively sets or resets its landscape baseline for the purposes of any other proposals that may subsequently take place.
Well, I mean, in many respects, I think I sometimes find the landscape baseline fairly simple. I mean, the landscape baseline, it sort of almost is what it is. I mean, you take it as it is now, so in terms of its character and its features, its value and its sensitivities, it's very much as it is today, and that's that's how it should be assessed.
Does it deserve to be preserved in its current form?
No, I mean, again, that's another matter that I know Mr. Wadworth, in terms of looking at the existing sort of features and aspects of the site. I mean, certainly in terms of, say, for instance, the hedgerows, the patchy, fragmented nature of the hedgerows. I mean, that's certainly something that you wouldn't want to be conserving as sort of fragmented and patchy hedgerows. I don't think there's certainly anything in the published studies to indicate that would be the suggestion in terms of conserving the landscape. I mean, in terms of the hedgerows, it would be very much, and I think again it's borne out of the landscape character studies, not only the the more localised, the district-wide one, but also I think the regional and the national one, that the hedgerows should be sort of extended and enhanced, which, you know, in this instance is clearly something that you would look to do, and is clearly something that that our proposal would do.
Thank you. We did have a little bit of a tour through the landscape character assessments, so I'm not going to ask you to carry out a similar tour through for these purposes. But I would like you to, if you may, comment upon what the approach is to utilising those assessments as a matter of principle, and then for the purposes of the exercise here, what, if anything, you glean from these assessments for the purposes of assessing the acceptability or otherwise of that which is proposed by this appeal?
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of the landscape character studies, it's always a case that they should be interpreted. So they're often one of the first ports of call in terms of looking at your sort of landscape character work and appraising the effects of a development scheme, and also in terms of informing those proposals for a development scheme. So, but it's very much a case that they do need to be interpreted. It's not a case of taking them all at face value. And what I would say, particularly in terms of the most, I suppose, detailed and recent of the studies that we've got before, is the landscape sensitivity study, 2018, the one I think undertaken by, I think it was Chris Blanford's, is that interpretation is very important there. I mean, as I do point out clearly in my proof of evidence, just for reference, if you need a paragraph number, but at 4.16 of my evidence, I make it clear that that study does appraise the landscape capacity of the site by reference to large-scale and small-scale residential development, and it's not one that specifically references employment or commercial development in terms of the landscape capacity. But that doesn't mean to say that it's got no value or no relevance to what we're looking at. And I think in this instance, it has got a lot of relevance and a lot of usefulness in terms of appraising the landscape here. Certainly in terms of landscape sensitivity, again, what it appraises there are very, very relevant to, be it an employment or a commercial development or a residential development. So yes, you have to take it with a not a pinch of salt, but you have to take it, you have to interpret it in terms of considering the type of development that we're dealing with. But in simple terms, one of the things I would say is that in terms of landscape capacity in this instance, and we have got, you know, the landscape we're talking about in sensitivity terms is low to medium, so we are one of very few locations around the urban fringe of Northampton that has a sensitivity as low as that. I think there's only one other location that's got a low sensitivity, and as far as I'm aware, that's all developed out. We can have a look at the plans if necessary. But what's important is that, you know, in this instance, even talking about residential development, where our site is located, we're not adjacent to any residential development. So in terms of landscape capacity, in some respects, the influences that we've got from the adjacent sort of industrial, sort of commercial and employment developments, if anything, they're likely to sort of suggest that there may be a greater degree of capacity for that type of development than for residential development. Again, I'm not saying that's a sort of hard and fast rule, but I think that's the way that you look to interpret these studies. So, albeit that it says, you know, there's medium capacity and it's a low medium sensitivity landscape, and it's focused upon residential development in terms of looking at landscape capacity, like I say, you can use that study, albeit that we're dealing with a different development, but it can still inform that development and the suitability of that type of development in that landscape. But it needs interpretation.
Okay, 2 points if I may. First of all, taking as you do, it's residential attributes to that. In your view, is it beginning and end with residential? Is that the only matters that arise under a capacity study?
No, and I think in this instance, the capacity aspect does look at the residential development, but the rest of the study, and in terms of its landscape sensitivity, doesn't differentiate. So, you know, like I say, I think that's got, you know, there's a lot in that study. It's the most detailed landscape study. It's the most recent landscape study. It needs interpretation, but it's a useful baseline study for the purposes of considering the development we're dealing with.
And insofar as the landscape study does make reference to things other than residential, as it does in the context of 18D, the Nen Valley washlands. Mr. Wadworth was concerned that somehow that was breaking step with what the document was able to do, and making reference to commercial, light industrial, recreational, things of that nature. Your views, please, in respect of that.
Well, I think just in terms of landscape strategy, I see no reason why you can't make those references. And certainly in the context of this landscape, it is a landscape that's got quite a lot of industry, employment development within and around it. So, I think that's, you know, completely relevant, and I think it's quite clear, certainly in those paragraphs from, what was it, 26.28 to 2631 within that document K49. You know, I think there's a lot there that clearly is relevant and pertinent to in considering the development scheme before us.
I mean, just going to the plans to go with it, and among other things, you've actually appended the plans at your Appendix B to your main proof of evidence. What do those characterisations, whether it's low medium in terms of landscape sensitivity, or medium so far as landscape capacity, what, if anything, does that tell you, and what, if anything, do you say that conveys to the inspector regarding the suitability of this land for consideration?
Well, I think in the first instance, if you look at the plans at Appendix 2 of, was it Appendix 2 or Appendix B? Appendix B, sorry, of my proof of evidence, both of the two figures there are extracted directly from the study. So the first one, figure 3.1, that shows the landscape sensitivity around Northampton. And it's clearly, and the only amendment we've made to that plan, or I've made to that plan, is just to show where our site sits in relation to that study, and that sits within the area, sort of green area that's identified as low medium. So just in terms of landscape sensitivity, and you can see from that plan, really the majority is yellow or orange, which is the medium or medium high sensitivity. So that generally indicates that those areas have probably got more inherent sensitivities and more inherent value. So, you know, just from an initial look at that plan, you can sort of see probably where the areas are that are probably more, you know, less sensitive, possibly more capable of accommodating new development. And then the plan on the following page, the figure 3.2, which is the capacity plan. Now, just to be clear with this one just looks at land within Northampton Borough at this stage. I think the previous one included the surrounding land as well as the fringes to the town, but this was just focused upon Northampton Borough because the study was commissioned by them. And again, in this one you can see, again, it's sort of in terms of capacity for development, the higher capacity is in the green, and you've got medium capacity in yellow, and we sit within the yellow. But even in the context of that plan, it's also relevant to note that the green areas, or certainly the green area that's shown as a high landscape capacity, indicating that it can accommodate the development relatively easily, that's already developed out. I mean, that's already fully developed out with employment development, so quite why that was included, I'm not sure. So, and then I suppose just summarising, just in terms of the low to medium sensitivity landscape that we sit within, I think the study itself, K49, I think defines that pretty clearly. Again, you don't need to necessarily turn it up, sir, but in CD K49, page 12, 12 at the bottom, PDF page 15. There's a definition there of low, medium landscape sensitivity. Would you like me to wait, sir, or shall I just read it? Yeah. And I mean, so that says it's a landscape that has relatively unimportant components or is in an area of low, medium value and is potentially tolerant of substantial changes that would result from development without undue negative consequences. And then it goes on a little bit. But again, so as a low, medium landscape sensitivity, you're sort of dealing with a landscape that has that general capacity to accommodate future development.
So far as any other landscape character assessment that has been advanced, whether or not it's that for Northamptonshire, the East Midlands, or national character assessment, do any of them suggest anything which would inhibit or restrict that which has been identified in the albeit more detailed exercise undertaken by CBA?
No, there isn't. I mean, again, we fully reviewed all of the studies before even sort of engaging with really looking at the development scheme and the landscape strategy.
Now, that has regard to the character which is there. There were a variety of elements, and you've already told us about the gappy or the patchy trees, and I was going to leave that there. Help us, if you would, with regard to the issue of openness, and openness being a defining characteristic of this as an area of land in landscape terms, such as to either inhibit or indeed preclude development. Your views in respect of that, please?
Well, I think just in terms of the general character of the site in its immediate context, I wouldn't, open, I mean, it's undeveloped, the site itself is undeveloped, so it's open in that respect. I mean, this certainly isn't part of an exposed landscape. I know certainly the reason for refusal were referenced it being an exposed landscape, but I do know, in fairness to Mr. Wadworth, that he doesn't refer to it as exposed at all, so it's certainly not an exposed landscape. I mean, I tend to, again, go with the landscape sensitivity study that talks about the trees and existing planting within that landscape providing a degree of enclosure. So, just in character terms, I don't feel as though the site in its immediate context is certainly open, certainly not in any way sort of exposed. I mean, the site itself is open in so much as it's not developed, but in terms of that sort of its immediate setting, it's fairly enclosed as well. Certainly the containing elements to the sort of west and south, they do have sort of enclosure on those sides, and then the trees both along the sort of the roadside and other elements to the sort of to the west and south. I mean, partly to the north with the dyke and the mound beyond the Hardingston dyke had some enclosure. So not a landscape that I would characterise as particularly open, albeit the site is undeveloped.
Now, in terms of, is to jump ahead with regard to mitigation, that forms one part of that which you have both assessed and commended in respect of this. There was a concern, in fact more than a concern, that there would be an anomalous form of introduction of planting, whether by trees, hedgerows, or a combination of the two. Your views in respect of that, particularly in regard to the road corridor and that which is in the CBA assessment?
Well, I think in terms of what's been set out on the landscape strategy for the site, I think the approach that's been adopted is founded upon sound principles. It's founded upon the character assessment guidance. Again back to the sensitivity study. That's quite clear in talking about wooden or copses, hedgerows and trees as assimilating new development. So I think the strategy we've got, which will have some wooded areas, albeit fairly limited. So I mean, copses, we're not talking about extensive areas of woodland. I mean, we're talking about widths at 20 metres. You know, these aren't significant woodland areas, but they are, you know, they are sufficient to suitably, I suppose, filter, assimilate built development, provide some screening. We're not necessarily looking at completely cloaking the development. You know, I think, you know, with 20 metres you're going to have filtered views. There will be a depth of planting, but you'll still be aware of the development. And I think that's the right approach in this instance. You'll see yourself, sir, in terms of the site visit, certainly in terms of the presence of trees, particularly along the road corridors. So not necessarily on the northern side of our site where you've got the sort of beyond the dike, the restored gravel workings, the open wetland areas, where it's a little bit more open, but certainly towards the southern side of the site, and certainly along the A4 to 8 Bedford Road corridor, there's quite a lot of tree planting down there. And again, we will sort of key in with that. Yes, some of our planting will extend slightly further northwards, but by no means will it feel out of character. Certainly won't. The planting won't be incongruous. Again, I think what I would suggest you do, sir, if you haven't done already, is that sort of drive in on Bedford Road, I think is particularly important to do. I think you know, we've had some static views from adjacent site on the Bedford Road today, but I think you need to, you know, take that drive in for the kinetic experience of coming in along the A4 to 8, just to understand what you see when you see things. But I think the planting that we've put forward in terms of the strategy is the right sort of planting. I mean, it'll be native species. It'll have biodiversity benefits. It will increase the overall quantum of hedgerows, trees, woodland areas. And again, I mean, the devil's in the detail, which will be at the reserve matter stage. But in terms of an approach, we believe that's the right approach to look forward to the development documents.
Thank you. I have a feeling your microphone.
Sorry. No. I hope you heard that.
I did. The folks back home probably didn't. But thank you for that. The mounding issue, which appeared to take on a significant. What do you have in mind, and what would it be anticipated to look like, and what would it do? Would it be anomalous?
Well, again, I mean, a reserve matters issue in many respects, but I think the intention is we're not looking to create any sort of alien or discordant element or engineered feature. I think the way it was perceived is that we would have some shallow mounding. So whether that's, you know, across the 20-metre distance, that might be up to about 1.5 metres high. So we're not wanting to form anything that's too prominent. But 1.5 metres, again, it just gives you, you know, it'll sit. Gentle gradients. I mean, in places, the site itself is probably 1.5 metres below the road, below Bedford Road. I think if you look at the change in levels, there's probably about 1.5 metres in places there, and you don't really perceive that. So again, we're not looking at anything that's, you know, going to form any sort of obvious, significant feature. I mean, this is the intention. And again, to get delves in the detail, it be a reserve matters issue. But it was just to again almost give a little bit of extra height for the initial planting to start, and if it sits 1.5 metres above the adjacent development, it just helps with a bit of filtering to start with. It can begin to conceal more active areas around the buildings or your car parks or whatever. So again, just an element that we felt was the right approach.
Thank you. You talked about kinetic views a moment ago. In terms of the relationship of the appeal site to the areas of land around it, and what, if anything, that may convey to the inspector or others as to the way the site can be perceived.
Well, in terms of the site can clearly be seen from, you know, some immediate locations, and I think we've seen the viewpoints from adjacent sites on the 4 to 8 Bedford Road and some of the fairly nearby public rights of way. I mean, it's seen in the context, the site's very much seen generally in the context of the Bracknell's industrial estate, the Lakeside Business Park, various other elements. We've got the pylons and the transmission lines crossing the northern edge of the site, Hardingston Dyke to the north. So it sits within a fairly varied context, and it's influenced to varying degrees by all those surrounding elements.
Thank you. The removal of vegetation and then the reintroduction of vegetation. Talk us through that, if you would, and what, if anything, would be consequences of that.
Yeah, well, I think in simple terms, we're looking to put back more than we lose in terms of hedgerows and trees. In terms of what we're losing, again, it was shown in the arboricultural assessment. I think any trees and hedgerows, groups of trees and planting that's to be removed is all of low quality. We've got no notable trees, no notable vegetation in certain sort of landscape terms that's being removed. The stretch of planting that's being removed on the south side of Bedford Road. So again, I think we looked at with Mr. Wadworth the circa 300 plus metres of planting on the southern side of Bedford Road, and we'll see this tomorrow, sir. I mean, essentially, a lot of that is self-set scrub, so there's quite a lot of self-set scrub, again, of low sort of certainly amenity value. And I think the probably just the important thing to recognise in terms of the loss of that vegetation, well, not only would we'd be looking to put back suitable native hedgerows or planting along that boundary, but also what it won't do, Also, what it won't do is it won't completely open up views to the adjacent sort of Bracknell's estate. So although, because there's quite a depth of planting there, so although we'll be removing, or it's anticipated we'll be removing the 300 metres worth of planting, we're not removing it all to its to its full extent or its full depth, if that makes sense. So we'll still be planting to the south of Bedford Road. Again, as the detailed proposals come forward, that will be clear, but certainly the intention is that new planting will go back in as native and appropriate. We'll enhance that. So overall, basically a gain in terms of planting.
Thank you. The issue of tranquility, I don't think it needs to take a lot of time. What do you have to say about tranquility?
We always assess tranquility as part of the landscape value assessment. So in terms of my proof of evidence, there'll be reference to tranquility within my assessment of landscape value. I can give you the reference to that, sir, if that helps. Yeah, paragraph 440 of my proof of evidence, there'll be reference to tranquility there, because that's usually how it's assessed within the landscape and visual impact assessment, and that's set out in Glivia. I mean, in simple terms, we're not dealing with a tranquil site here. Even with your spectrum, we are towards the low bottom end of whatever that's that spectrum, the least tranquil part of that spectrum. Again, you'll experience it tomorrow, sir. The roads, in terms of the activity and the noise, is very apparent. So.
Thank you. Now, I asked Mr. Wadworth a number of questions about issues of value, designation, and what, if anything, that does to guide those who are carrying out assessments, those who are then subsequently taking decisions. What do you say about circumstances where a site is not identified as being designated for its landscape features, or for that matter, identified as being a valued landscape under the NPPF? What, if anything, do you take that as being cues or clues to consideration of its acceptability for development?
Well, certainly landscape designations is one of those things you look to first in terms of your landscape value assessment. I think if you're dealing with a landscape that isn't designated, then it's probably, in broad terms, a landscape that may well have the potential to accommodate development more readily, more positively than a development, than a landscape that is designated. I think it's a start point.
Thank you very much. Quick look, please, at the photo montages. Don't propose to go to all of them by any means, but just to understand what, if anything, you say arises from a number of the montages which we have looked at, which I think first of all, CDA 4.7.
Yes.
I think these are viewpoints B and C. I think you've already largely explained what you, in your proof, what you identify and see. Having heard what has been said about them by Mr. Wadworth, anything that you would wish to add in respect of either of those, as to what the inspector might wish to be looking for when he's out on site tomorrow?
Well, I think very quickly, it's just the, I suppose, the 360-degree experience, and it's obviously picking up that Brackmills is very evident in views from this part of Bedford Road. But I do think, as I've probably already alluded to, the important thing about the Bedford Road views is to take them in the round, and I think to do the journey, because I think what you experience, almost certainly coming into Northampton, is that you see our development, or our development will be perceived after you've already seen parts of the current buildings that are in the Brackmills industrial estate. I think that, and again, you'll also be quite aware of the trees that are along that corridor as well. The trees, certainly from slightly further to the east of the site, they sort of channel the views, and it's quite apparent. So there is quite a treed corridor to it, and it does. The way that the road curves and bends, it does mean that really you don't see our site until you're almost upon it, and by that time you've already had views, certainly of Northampton and also across the valley. So yes, there'll be change, because certainly viewpoints B and C are taken from the boundary of the site, and there'll inevitably be fairly marked change to those views. But I think it's important to take these, certainly the kinetic views, the road and the public rights of way, in the round and do the full experience.
Thank you. If I can take CD A 4.8, and it is figures 1010 HIJ, which are on pages 19 and following CD A 4.8.
Yes, I've got those.
Little discussion about those. This is from footpath KU3, looking towards the side. The observation is concerned as to foreshortening and impact. Acceptance by Mr. Wadworth that this was in the absence of the new building which has been erected on site. What, if anything, do you say the inspector should take from this succession of drawings, and what does it show by way of impacts on users of that particular public right of way?
Well, I think it shows that there'll be an impact, there'll be change. I think again, I think with a lot of these ones, it's comparing the proposed scene with the existing scene. I think in the existing scene, clearly the existing Brackmill buildings are apparent. The proposed development will sit closer to the viewer in this instance. We recognise that, but the buildings will be markedly lower. So the new buildings within the Brackmills industrial estate are, as far as I'm aware, up to 21.5 metres high. Those are the new buildings that have been developed. So in essence, we're sort of half that height, albeit we're sort of obviously closer to the viewer in this instance. We will have the mitigation planting, which on I think the last of these three views does show it, pretty substantially screening the buildings. And again, I think that was recognised certainly by the planning officers or the planning officers in their report, that they, I think, rightly acknowledged that there would be substantial visual mitigation, not only from the planting, but also due to the limited heights on the buildings. And I think the other thing, probably just to also note with regards to this, this viewpoint, and probably some of the others as well, is that you can't see the traffic moving up and down the A428 on this one, which again, that's fairly apparent in these views. So just in terms of the influences that you've got, and you've also got pylons immediately to your right-hand side as well. So I think it's very much a view that's got some obvious urbanising elements in it, and albeit that we'll make a change, we'll bring development closer. It's the footpath that's probably closest to the site, so in many respects it's probably the worst case scenario. I think you've got to put it all in that sort of context.
Now, in terms of most of these montages, are these winter or summer views?
Yes, none of these are winter. I think you can see in the views there that the trees haven't got any leaves on. Yeah, clearly in summer, many of the views, certainly where the trees and vegetation have any bearing, so I think certainly the ones from the road and A428, they would provide more substantial screening.
And the last of the montages is that which is at your viewpoint L, which is your appendix C to your rainproof roads. This takes into account the new building at Scrap Mills.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Explain what you see in respect to the three photos and what, if anything, that you say that the inspector can then take from that for the purposes of not only assessment of this view, but whether or not this has any consequence for any other views.
Well, I think if the first view, the existing view, I think you can clearly see the I suppose the existing Brack Mills building, in particular the recently developed ones, which are the higher ones, which sit a fairly short distance to the west of our site. I think if you can see those sort of on the lower lying land, within the sort of, I suppose, on the sides of the floodplain. I think if you look at the second one, which is the year or upon completion viewpoint, you can see the proposed development sitting effectively in front of the existing Brack Mills sort of buildings. You can see that from this particular position it probably protrudes slightly further out but only marginally from the taller buildings beyond. But it sits down low, so it sits down low. There's still a good kilometre or just over a kilometre from the viewpoint of this position, and this footpath is just to the west of Little Houghton. So yes, there'll be, even at this stage, there'll be a change to the view, but it's not introducing something that you don't already see in that part of the view. It's not, necessarily, discordant or out of character with the view. Say the building height is important because it does sit down low. The colours again will be important. I mean, again we've got some sort of slightly darker, more muted colours there, which again, sort of the lower lying views or sighting of the buildings, that makes sense. So I think you can see even in that view, without the mitigation, that it's not something that at this distance is going to cause a major adverse impact. And then on the final view, the year 15 one, I think you can see that the building will still be evident, but the sort of planting on the edge of eastern edge of our site, again, that doesn't to me look discordant or out of character. I think if you look, it almost extends partially from all the existing trees that you've got along the A428 there, along the Bedford Road, and again, it will be native species. So, in overall terms, I think the views there, yes, there'll be change, but I think it's the degree of change or the magnitude of that change is not notable.
Thank you. One matter which is a matter of it's a matter of detail, but it does, I suppose, have a bearing for the purposes of the exercise being undertaken tomorrow. And this is Mr. Wadworth's, it's his paragraph 334 about immediate area being 15 or 1,200 metres from the appeal site. Is that the sort of distance you had in mind?
It's always a bit of a funny one, the sort of site and immediate context. Sometimes it is difficult putting lines on plans to sort of almost, because, things, things dissipate, there's transitions. But I always like to sort of say that, site and immediate context, I think that's the area within which the site and the development will have a meaningful role to play. I think, it can be informed by your zone of visual influence or your zone of theoretical visibility. So, I think that can inform it. But I don't think it's anything that you can define by a particular radius from a particular position. It's something that often comes up in inquiry. Is obviously something that is often debated. But I think certainly site and immediate context I see as being that. The area within which the site has a sort of meaningful role to play. And I think in this instance, I think it's fairly contained because of the natural enclosure and containment that you've got from Brack Mills, that you've got to the west of our site, that you've got to the north. You might say that it dissipates and it's a bit looser as you go to the east a little bit because, there are fields to the east. But it certainly wouldn't go, immediate context, certainly wouldn't go up towards the edge of Little Houghton and 1 kilometres away, because I think there's a change in the landform. So the flat topography, that begins to steepen towards Little Houghton. So, I think if I was to describe it, it might go a field or two across from the boundary of our site, the immediate context. But it's still, it's still pretty contained. And I think that's, it is difficult putting lines on plans. Sometimes they're harder, sometimes they are a bit looser. But I think the wrong thing to do is to just ascribe a distance to it.
Thank you very much. So coming to bringing the threads together, first of all, that which is proposed, having regard to the matters that you've looked at, would it be in character, out of character, anomalous?
Well, I think there's obviously an awful lot in character, in terms of the nature of the development and the way it's been designed and sits in the landscape and the landscape proposals. So again, we're not saying that there's going to be no harm, no effects, but I think it's a development that can assimilate sort of positively and well in this context.
Visual impact?
Well, I think visual impact. Yeah, there will be some impacts that we've already spoken about. There'll be impacts on views from the road. Again, I think they need to be taken in the round and looked at properly as opposed to just looking from the site boundary. There will be impacts upon some of the views from the rights of way, but again, I think importantly, it's looking at the existing views and the nature of those existing views. There'll be pretty limited visual impacts on residential properties and settlement, and I think that's where we've got agreement with Mr. Wadworth. I think, in terms of views from Little Houghton and Great Houghton, those are very limited. And even the distant views from across the valley from some of the residential properties on the higher ground. Again, the development's going to be a fairly minor element in those distant views and seen within the context of Brack Mills. So yes, there'll be visual effects, but will there be overall a significant visual impact? No, I don't think there will. It's fairly contained, albeit that the people using the footpath in the locality will see some more development, but alongside other existing development, and it will be seen in that sort of context and with a good framework of new landscape and planting proposals.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Jackson. Is there any further you would like to do at this stage?
No, there isn't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. I don't propose to start the cross-examination this afternoon. I think it would be quite unfair on the witnesses as well as everybody else in the room at this stage.
Yes, and I think the other issue is that my understanding would be that Mr. Jackson is going on the site visit tomorrow morning, so he can't be in the middle of a cross-examination and on a site visit.
Yeah, so I don't propose. The one thing I was going to mention about tomorrow, I'm perfectly comfortable with meeting at 9:30 at the Lakes. The one thing I didn't mention was actually starting the formal sessions tomorrow. My view is that we start at 9:30 and it's 3 hours. That takes us at 12:30. If we take then an hour for lunch and we started, say, at 1:30 tomorrow, that would be my feeling. Now, Ms Daly, what did you think about that as a suggestion?
That sounds perfectly sensible.
Okay,
So.
Mr Goatley, are you happy with that? Okay, so this is for those of you not going on the site visit. We will be starting at 1:30 tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. And there was some things I needed to sort out, such as the route map.
Yes, I can see copies.
And it'd be useful to know who's going to be there tomorrow as well. So I presume the 2 landscape witnesses.
Yes, and at least the council's heritage witness. I don't know about the appellants. Yeah.
Yes, likewise, heritage witness. Question is whether or not the planning witness goes along, but I'm happy for that to be a matter of no school drawing. That's the desire. Over to you.
I'm more than happy for my colleagues to go.
Okay, so I'm going to get 2 heritage people, 2 landscape people, and no planners.
Correct.
That's okay. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Sorry, I speak as a planner there. In that case, the inquiry is adjourned for today, and we will meet on site for the site visit tomorrow at 9:30, and then we'll resume the formal sessions at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we do need to move everything out of here. Yep.
There is actually a link on that as well. Explanation there. Summary words. I've never used it. It has got a postcode on the phone. No excuse. No excuse.
All of this, I'll sort myself out.
Sure.
Yes, fine to me. It's fine.
Yeah, the president actually, yeah.
Can't seem to have it, very expensive.
I know, it's a new packing as well.
That's fine.
Sorry, sir. Are you okay to take these into your room? Get too much for two. Oh, have you exactly? Yes. We should scan over this. We've got safety sort of do it round.
It's a ton and a half.
Yes.
But yes,
It wouldn't go through.
Have I got a dog? No, just a cat.
Oh, that's probably why I see what you're saying. Well, the only thing is always chase the dog.
Did you jump?
It was going through.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yes, don't worry. Did you
See, you change
Is that yours?
No, I think it's
use that? I had a big fat pen.
copy?
I had a big fat pen, that's all I had.
Yeah, it might be it.
Yeah.
It's worked its way
I
down.
don't expect it to
Yeah,
be.
we'll take that.
Is that going to his room?
I just need to go back to that route.
Yeah,
let's have a
Right.
No, that's fantastic. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, that's fantastic. No, that's fine. It's all really nice. Sorry, I just don't think it'll be too big.
well, I did tell you this when you went in there. I was like, it's not really the best car. Do you know what? I'm going to put that on the car. Well, actually. And then you can. Do I do that? So I'm taking mine now. I'm jumping my house.
Is your leaving yours? Let me complete my car. So when my house is out, I'm not going to flex. You can choose to off the drawings.
I'll drive you to our car park.
Yeah, because you've got your boat like that, which I'll put in my boots. So I'll help you.
So you will get a fancy week away. I get to stay at home.
A fancy week away.
Fancy week in the Premier League. Excuse me,
Well,
of course. Living at large.
No, it's the world, I'm
Just the
afraid.
ones.
So we don't turn up tomorrow.
What? If you take some, we can take
Party and clubbing. Exactly. Do you know how many clubs there are on the street?
This is just my set.
Last time I went to a
but
club.
I'm not. I need to use it quite desperately.
So just carry it then.
Yes.
No, we're sorting. We've got to get the trolley. Yeah, I'm just trying to sort his documents so that it actually makes sense when we get on site tomorrow. So that they're not jumbled and you're not like just going to them.
I'm afraid I'm going to let those Sorry.
No, I think.
Oh, I think, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. No, it's okay.
If you want to go through, by all means, go through. I just want to sort these out so that like.
Do you want to go back to the room? I can.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, let's have a quick debrief.
Sorry for not being much help today. Not at all. Honestly, you never know what they're going to be like, to be honest with you. 50.
You've got anything at the classes now, the bedrooms or?
Are you okay? What's it? Sorry, yes,
That's fine. A collection of
absolutely. Yeah, we're just going out the room for you.
Thank you.
They want somewhere to debrief.
They want some of what?
Debrief somewhere.
They want to debrief. Yeah, they've gone into debrief.
Well, that's fine.
Did you want to go in there? Because I'm
I
still.
just don't want them to leave with the card. I've got to get the cards off of them, that's all.
Ah, I don't know about the appellants.
And who's gone? Oh, Caroline's gone to debrief.
I'll on to debrief.
To be honest, I don't know who is who there.
So the people in the Walton room are the appellants. Our team are in the apprentice room. But what I need... Oh, you've got another one.
This is the Trump and Democratic Services, which is borrowed. Because
What I don't want them leaving without handing these back in.
Wallace room. Walton, yeah.
Walton room. So it might, because you can't stand outside their door.
H.
Are you right to stand outside that door? Sorry, that's a rubbish job. And then just rubbish people that...
Oh, we're all finished here. I think there is another meeting though, I don't know what they're
I've got a couple of lobbies.
Sorry.
I'll take one from you in a minute.
So where are we taking Caroline's stuff to?
Apprentice room.
You can't.
Which direction are we going from? Sorry, I'm not.
No, don't worry. So don't go to the meeting. But if neither, just wait here, because they'll have to know this way. I can swap over the end because I've got to look it anyway. Yeah, we can't look the apprentice room trees because it's in planning. That's as good as we've got.
Whose files are these?
Caroline's. I'm just putting her stuff on her. So this is really well.
There is an order and it should be public custody as well.
Who's even leaving all this trolley at the moment?
Well, I'm borrowing for Democratic Service, so I don't know.
Are these yours?
No. It is.
Is that everything?
Just worried this is going to fall off. I can carry that.
Stuff in this bit. Sam, what's on yours? Are you needing this?
No, that's fine, I can go with it now. Well, take it back for me because it will need resourcing if we want it for tomorrow.
The address for the site? You
Is-
need that?
I'll stick it on his folder just to make sure.
There's your telephone and wire and charger.
Yeah, I'm just going to run this down to the inspector, which is his folder back organised.
Okay.
Just put it all on, and then hang on a minute. Is it?
would you mind?
No, of course not.
That would be amazing. Thank you. Oh, cool documents are still there. Thank you. And there's the Google Public. Yeah, on the back table. Jugs and stuff as well, or is that someone else?
Yeah, so I've just done those.
So I've got the